Hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hype, hype, hype. ESO hype. But yeah, we're just jumping back. Hey, Carl. Waiting for what? Thank you for the host. How are you doing? Waiting for me. I didn't take that long, did I? I'm good. I haven't played PSO in a long time, so I always get the itch for it. You know how like everybody has like their game that they always just go to? For some people it's like Diablo, or some people it's Ocarina of Time, or I don't know, just everyone has like that game. Very chill night. Okay, no stream. You do Retired Hunter or Seek My Master. He wants to kill 10,000 monsters before he dies. Old Hunter is about to die. Defeat 99 monsters to fulfill his dream. Alright. Yeah, Mega Man is like that, yeah. Yeah, doing secret streams is fun. Like, are you 1UpJohn? Nice to meet you. I'm Donuf. What? Donuf? This mission is simple. You just need to help me defeat a few monsters. During my time, I killed a whole slew of monsters. My goal was to kill 10,000 monsters before I died. Managed to kill, wow, 9,901 monsters. Oh, I've mattered. I've only got 99 more to go. I know that I don't have much time left. I want to make my dream come true. I need to kill 9 monsters, what do you say? What? Just like all the other idiots. Cough, cough, fine. We all have our opinions. Now listen. I only have 30 minutes to live. How do I know this? That's my body telling me. Okay, so you have to defeat 99 enemies in 30 minutes. We can do that. Hi, Mellow Wolf. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no problem, Carl. I will go down first. Just come down after me. Cough, cough. I'm okay, thank you. By the way, one more little request. Don't tell anyone about this. Oh, how was Dark Souls 3? I really like Dark Souls 3. I did beat it. I did play the DLC. Did I beat the DLC? I think there was one boss I didn't beat on the DLC. I love the way my mag evolved and it's pink. Kind of looked like a Pokemon or something. Oh, you came. I was starting to think. Are you on mobile? Because the chat is extremely laggy on mobile. I was starting to think that you might not come. Cough, cough. I'm okay. I can't die until I've killed 10,000 monsters. Haha, let's go. Yeah, apparently it is a Twitch thing. Like, is there something I could do on my end? No, there's nothing I can do on my end. Streamers are not in control of that. It's just literally the app sucking. Oh, I didn't clear my inventory. So now I'm not gonna be able to pick up any items during this quest, which is fine because we have to rush anyway. 8 years ago, it's still on my Twitch. I legit have barely streamed anything. Oh yeah, what was the last time you streamed? I'm driving, watching, texting. That's not good, Carl. Do not text, watch, and drive at the same time. You might crash into a volcano or something. A pineapple. There are times when I haven't streamed in like a week. There's times I haven't streamed in like 2 weeks. So I go through like lulls like that. There have been people who haven't streamed in a long time and they decide to come back. Yeah, just life gets in the way of time, you know, it happens. Well, yeah, I mean, it's 12:19 a.m. for me, and I wasn't gonna stream because I'm like, it's way too late. No one's gonna watch. And I'm like, I want to play PSO, but I don't think anyone will want to watch me play PSO. But I decided I'll go live anyway. Now we're rolling. Just keep up the pace. We're back in the PS4, so when I first created a Twitch account, I did it through PS4. Okay. Did you stream through your PS4? It's interesting with a lot of people that want to stream, but they don't have a powerful computer, or they don't have a capture card, and a lot of them don't even know you could just stream directly from an Xbox or a PlayStation. They don't. You tell them that, they're like, really? Like, a lot of people don't know that. But yep, you can. When I first started streaming, it was through my Xbox One. I think it's a great way to do that. Good option. Alright. I'll lower the audio a little bit. Viking. I didn't have any stuff to stream on PC or anything. Okay. Yeah, if you were gonna stream, what would you stream? There's something that you're playing now that you would like to play on stream? Yeah, like I get that. You like watch other people do it. It's like, oh, I could do that. What if I try that? Honestly, I like watching other people's streams and being in other people's chats rather than doing it myself. I don't know why, but I do. So that's why I don't stream more than I could. I also really like the freedom of it. Like, just whenever you feel like, or whenever you have time, you could just like, just start streaming. That's it. Like, no, that's why I can't set a schedule. I don't like the restraints of a schedule. Plus, my sleep schedule's all over the place. So I kind of like that I could just go live whenever. I always appreciate it when somebody pops in. Oh wow, somebody's awake. But I was the only person awake. Yeah, I mostly do Nintendo content as well. That's my main, Yeah, right now I'm playing this on the original Xbox, which I only got recently. Only got like a year ago, so I've just been discovering the original Xbox library. And because I play Phantasy Star Online everywhere. I played it on the Dreamcast, the GameCube, the DS. The PC one I need to work on because that one didn't load for me. I don't have good luck when it comes to PC gaming. It never works. Yeah, it's fun, and I modded it. And I haven't played any emulators or anything. What's a great feature for modding it that I liked is that you can install games. So I installed this, and I just feel like it loads better. You don't have to have wear and tear on your disk drive, and it's just nice. Especially if it's a game that I go to this a lot. So if it's a game that I go to a lot, it's just nice to just have it on the fly. There's a lot of other things I could do on a modded Xbox too. I haven't fully explored all of it. But it was super easy to mod. I was surprised. Halfway there. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people modding their Switch. Like, Hunter just modded his Switch. If I ever get another Switch, like, I don't know. I like the idea of the OLED Switch, but it didn't seem enough there for me to buy it. But like, if a Switch Pro comes out or something else, and I decide that's something I want to get, then I definitely would think about modding my original Switch. Why is this door locked? Wait, check the map. Go this way. I think there's like barriers up. We can't go this way unless there's a switch somewhere. Not this way, then this door is locked. Okay, we need to go back. Oh, there's a door over here that we have to run to. I honestly don't know what I would do with a modded Switch. I guess I would just play, I don't know. Like, I have so many different ways of playing stuff. Like, I don't really have a big incentive to be modding my Switch. It's just something like cool to do, I guess. That door is locked. Oh, okay, there's two doorways there. That's probably the switches. Oh, we have to run all the way back. Go this way. This is a great map. That's the one thing I like about this game, where they... And especially the Xbox port, I think also the GameCube port, you have the right analog, and you could just move around the map while you're moving with the left analog. Oh yeah, I completely skipped these two areas. Okay, well, I didn't know I had to go. What's good about being the Android is you can see the traps, which I like. Go this way. Yeah, I want to try to beat episode 1 so we can do episode 2. We could jump directly into episode 2, but we can't do the quests. When we start doing the quests in episode 2, when you beat the final boss of episode. And also, episode 2 is very difficult, so you need to be high level to play through there. Yes, level 25 high. Right. This weapon's not that good against these guys. Maybe I should change. A little more. 10,000 monsters, here we come. Oh, I kind of want that. Let's try to do some management here of our item. I can drop that. Drop that. Let's feed our mag. Ugh, I have no health items, so hopefully we don't encounter something super strong. Because it's gonna just take too much time to use a telepipe and fill and then leave. We got 16 minutes. I'm not a fan of time missions. It gives me anxiety. It's like, oh, we gotta hurry up. Gotta go, go, go. Okay, there's 2 doorways here. Ah. It's a dead end. Hey, Strength, thank you for the sub. Hype. 13 months. That's awesome, I appreciate it. Were you able to make progress in Duke Nukem, or did you rage quit? How are you doing? Oh. Trying to relax. Yeah, that looked very stressful. I know how that is. And you were liking the game, right? That's the worst part, when you're playing a game and you were liking the game, and then it makes it very difficult. And then you feel stupid, but it's not that you're stupid, it's just that the game had terrible design. And then you're like, well, this sucked, I was enjoying the game, and now it's sucking. Any 3D game with water levels is difficult. I don't want to leave and come back because you only have 13 minutes, but I need health. But yeah, any 3D game with water levels, and especially early 3D games. Any kind of PS1, Saturn, N64 games with water levels, that's rough. Well, I'm sure people enjoyed the stream, so I think it's good that you streamed. Do I have a sniper rifle? I do. This is a 112, and then this is a... I think the ice sniper is better, so we can sell this. Sell this. Auto gun we don't need, we have the lock gun. Lock gun is strong. So... we have a mech gun. You were able to beat Diablo? That game's tough. I assume it was. I'm assuming it was tough to play on a on the PlayStation. I've never played that version. A lot of hours, yeah. It's interesting that they ported the first Diablo, but then didn't until they didn't port Diablo 2 until this recent remaster. I find that interesting. Did you know they were going to put Diablo on the original Game Boy? And they didn't. There was like a prototype and it leaked, and I played it. It's just there's nothing to do in the prototype though. You're just kind of walking around a room. So but it was pretty cool that they were even able to do that on the original. It was like that top-down view. It is exactly how Diablo is, but they were able to do it on the original Game Boy. If you just Google it on YouTube, you'll find it. Just type in Diablo Game Boy. But there's nothing to do. You can't even attack. There's no enemies. So it was literally a prototype. So you just kind of, you know, they had the level layout, and you're just kind of walking around, and that's it. So I think it was just a proof of concept or something. But I thought it was really cool. Hey, Shimbo, how are you? Welcome to the stream. How are you? Fine, my room. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing this evening? We're just grinding away at PSO. This mission is only 10 minutes. I only have 10 minutes left, and I'm long. Go to here. Oh yeah, what, you gonna be playing more Crackdown? Diablo would have been great on the DS. Like, I'm surprised they didn't, they could have ported the first Diablo, like the PS1 version, and they could have put that on the DS, and then you would have your whole inventory on the bottom screen. That would have been awesome. I'm a lame one game at a time guy. But, well, I'm a lame variety streamer. I think there were a few dungeon crawlers on the DS and 3DS. I think there should have been more, but there was a few. But I don't think it was properly utilized on the system, and I feel like it would have been great. Like, inventory management is a big thing, and to do it on the touchscreen on the fly like that would have been great. Even on the Wii U, it would have been great on the Wii U. Saying that, yeah, I mean, like, it just didn't get third-party support, but imagine if a third party actually supported the Wii U and actually, did a dungeon crawler. You're in the middle. Yeah, Aldo, Strength was streaming Duke Nukem Night, and he was raging on the underwater levels. I don't blame him. It was pretty bad. It reminded me of Aquaman on Xbox. It was 3D games and underwater levels. Not good. Hey! Hype, hype, hype. How you doing, Kobayashi? This game has no pause. Welcome. You just know you have a headache? Is Duke Nukem giving you a headache? Yeah, Rick, we were just talking about strength. He was streaming Duke Nukem earlier, and he had to deal with the underwater levels. Now it's giving him a headache. Your server is dying? Why don't you do like Kev and just yeet the server off a cliff? I don't know, is it... I don't know, I notice most Discord servers are dying, or is it... Are people only active in like a handful of Discord servers? Or... because a lot of the servers that I follow are pretty dead. Well, I think Strength. I think your Discord server is pretty active. Well, this happened years ago, or like a year. Was it 2 years ago? 3 years ago? Like Kev was not involved in Discord at all, and I'm the one who kind of said, hey, why don't you make a Discord server? And I showed him what it was, whatever, and he did it. And so then he was active on there, sort of, and then he just kind of stopped, and then other people weren't as active either. And just today he decided to just delete the server. So, but I don't blame him. I don't have a Discord server for the same reasons. I wouldn't be active in it. I rather just post on Twitter. Like, I don't really... Discord's great for voice chat if you're doing multiplayer stuff, but you could just do private calls or a group call. You don't have to have your own server to use Discord. And I just prefer using it that way for the occasional online multiplayer. I would feel pressured to make my Discord lively. Like, am I not entertaining enough for you? Uh-oh, I gotta up my game. Everyone's smack talking. Yeah, a lot of smack talk. I don't go there for a while and then I pop in. I'm like, why are people talking about me? I actually had to step back and not be too active. Yeah, I get that. I keep forgetting I have mines. Traps. Whoa, he healed them? No way. Oh. Strength abandoned you? Did you leave Rick's Discord? I deleted my profile and made a new one and new Discord a while back. Okay. No problem doing that. Hey, Chinsey. Yeah. Hey, Deviant. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, Chinsey, we were just talking about, it just seemed like most Discord servers are kind of dying. Like our fellow friend, Console Kev, he deleted his Discord server. And I was just talking about, like, I don't know, most Discords are kind of dead, I noticed. It's not, and a lot of people kind of take it personally when their Discord dies, but it's like, I've been noticing it's a thing with everyone. So, yeah, how you doing, Deviant? Thank you so much for the sub. No one abandons the Empire. Might be time to leave since this may turn into a Splatoon love fest. Haha. We didn't mention any Splatoon, but Deviant might mention Splatoon any second now. Honestly, thinking a whole branding relaunch. I like the logo you did for your Discord server, though. Maybe just kind of explore that more. I use it mostly for voice chat. Yeah, voice chat. Shoutouts. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. Finally killed 10,000 of them. Okay, we completed this mission, I think. I've been mentioning a lot of dust since I double dipped on the Switch before it comes out tomorrow. Okay. Oh no, he's dead. Oh well. Oh, thank you. So yeah, we have a mission to play Snoopy on the Wii U. So thank you for contributing 2,000 channel points. And thank you Kobayashi for contributing 480 channel points. Pipe, pipe, pipe. No problem. Yeah, my copy of Snoopy is still shrink wrapped. But I heard it was a good game. It's a classic platformer. It was made by Activision. So, I don't know. Thank you, Carl, for contributing 112 channel points. Hype, hype, hype. The Deviant actually gifted me a copy of Dust since he's just a super nice guy like that. Well, that's awesome. He's gonna end up buying you a Switch and Splatoon as well. Probably. Someday. I don't know if this is gonna be the last quest for the ruins, or if it's gonna unlock more quests. My master greatsword Zoke disappeared. Help me find him. Don't give him any ideas. You should all chip in and buy Aldo a Switch. Greetings. My name is Shino. 1UpJohn, please help me find my master Zoke Miyama. I have not received any communication from him since we went to Ragol. What? Oh, I understand. It is true that androids these days are independent, but not I. My externals has been replaced, but I am an old type model. I have served Mr. Miyama for over 3 generations. Always been with my master, but he went to Ragol by himself. He would not allow me to accompany him, so I stayed on Pioneer 2. I have been waiting because Zoke ordered it. But he has not returned. He has not relayed any messages either. This is very unusual. I'm afraid Zoke is in trouble now. The signal from Zoke's sword are registered to my sensor. I can detect him if we are in close proximity to me. I want to find Zoke with my sensor. Please help me. Well, at least we got a partner this time. And Cassie already tried that with you? Alright. You don't have a capture card? Okay, so we gotta buy Aldo a Switch and a capture card and Splatoon 2 and Splatoon 3. Most certainly would not waste money on the Switch. He snickered in Shenmue, but he wasn't fooled. Wait, there's a Nintendo logo on my handle. Yeah, we should give him a copy of a Shenmue on the Switch. Oh, wait a minute. There is no Shenmue on the Switch. Yeet skins LED Switch into oblivion. Really happy I got the OLED. So yeah, how is the OLED screens? Totally worth it? What about the other features? You like that big kickstand it has? Panzer Dragoon. Let's see. Lock gun. Okay, I'll keep the heat lock gun. Flame barrier, we'll sell the flame barrier, we'll sell the... We need some items to feed to the mag. We'll buy some moon atomizer. Got plenty of telepipes. Ran at 30 frames. I know it was patched. So what, the Switch version of Panzer Dragoon ran at 30 frames? I have it on Steam. Right at 4. It's nice to not need the USB adapter. The colors are vibrant. Dark Kickstand's way better. Alright. I liked some of the features, but it wasn't enough for me to, like, go for it. Because I do feel like a Switch Pro is around the corner, so I'd rather just wait for that, wherever that is. Yeah, I'm super hyped for it. I actually did boot up Animal Crossing not long ago. And I collected all the weeds, and everybody was like, hey, I haven't seen you in a long time. I thought you got murdered. So that was fun. But then I was reminded, wow, there really is nothing to do in New Horizons. Desperately needing that extra content. But yeah, I look forward to the cafe. I got the online expansion pack, so I'll have access to the DLC. But I was never interested in Happy Home Designer. So, but yeah, I'll give it a shot. Oh. Yes, Retro World hype. Retro World hype. Yeah, Deviate, you're going to Retro World, right? There won't be a Switch Pro, there'll be a Switch 2. Maybe. Whenever you try to predict something Nintendo's gonna do, they go in the opposite direction. So I'm kind of, I never know what they're gonna do. I think I should switch guns. Maybe we'll do the Ice Sniper. Yeah, I kind of made him look like that. So yeah, he is kind of like a Mega Man looking. Yeah, there's no waifus in this game. Or Shino is kind of a waifu. But unfortunately, she's wearing clothes. So I guess a waifu cannot wear clothes. Should be Retro World. Yeah, Rick and I will be there on Saturday. Kev is going. Static is going. Yeah, so hopefully you're on Saturday. And Russ will be. I'm curious to see Russ's Mario Kart stuff. I don't. What is Imaginary Monsters? Is that an indie game? Also, Renaissance is gonna be there, right? Like, it's so weird that when I went to Retro World, I didn't see. Maybe I did see him, but I didn't realize that he had a booth there. Related to spooky, scary skeletons, maybe. They made Halloween Forever and the latest. I don't even know what that is. Pardon my ignorance. Yeah, Chinsey, there's a convention happening in Connecticut, November 6th and 7th, and so a bunch of people I know were going, and it just feels weird, right? It's just kind of like you didn't have any of that. And then all of a sudden now it's happening, so I kind of don't believe it's happening until it actually happens. It's like, oh my god, stuff is happening? What? Oh, she's sensing something. You fool. Yeah, I'm alright. No, you're not alright. You're an older model, so you can't handle intense battle. Go back to Pioneer 2, but... No buts. I'm ordering you as your owner. I like how they spelled no buts with one T. Not butts. Okay, I understand. Are you sure about this? It doesn't matter. She'll be a burden to us if she came along. Funny because the owners recently asked me if I was going to Retro World. Like, who the fuck am I in the community? Really? Well, I wanted to know if you were going. You are part of the community. Not as hard as Ghosts and Goblins, but it's pretty challenging. Okay. The Emperor of Connecticut. Yeah, I think anyone who streams that lives in Connecticut is a small, close-knit kind of community, so even if you don't feel like you're big, you're gonna stand out. A regional thing. Family issues? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that resolves itself. Not comfortable in large crowds? Yeah, I agree. I'm not someone that usually does that either. That's why I can't go to Comic-Con. I went one year and it was really terrible because of how crowded it was, and I was like, never again! So I get that. I didn't notice too much BO. You know where I noticed the BO happens? During the tournaments. So I stay away from the tournaments. That's where the stink flies. You know what I mean? They get very there's too much team spirit going on there. But in other areas it's fine. Yeah, it's a cliche, but it's true. It's a cliche that is true. They're too busy gaming. They don't know what a bar soap is. It cuts in, cleaning themselves cuts into the gaming time. I don't know what it is. It's a stupid cliche, but it's true. I'm sure I shower myself, hose down in the cologne before. Yeah, Rick hoses himself down behind the barn, and then he pours a bottle of cologne on top of himself before every convention. Splatoon players are the stinkiest. I'm sure. Wink, wink. I went to the gamer's house to pick up CRT and saw the dude's roommate, and the man smelled. Wow. Not surprised, Strength. Not surprised. It was so mommed I didn't get into the panels. We wandered around. Yeah, so I went to Comic-Con in New York, and that was my experience. The Javits Center is too small to contain that big. New York doesn't have a space. I heard the San Diego Comic-Con is great because there's space. But yeah, New York Comic-Con is just too crowded. To the point where I feel like they gave out too many tickets. Like, I feel like it was a fire hazard. Like, it was because you're literally like this. Like, people are squishing you. Like, there's literally no room to move. I'm like, isn't this a fire hazard? Like, why did they allow so many people in? But another thing is, the year I went, they didn't even check your tickets. So people were just going in. Like, I bought tickets. They never looked at my ticket. They just let me in. So I'm like, why did I pay when they just let you in? So that's another reason why I was probably so crowded. They just let anyone in. He's been in rough shape at the hospital as of late. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Hope he fully recovers soon. Yeah. Oh yeah. Does Aldo like sushi? No signal on this floor. Let us move to the next floor. Sushi hype. At least this is not a timed mission. I really don't like it. I like sushi, but I have to be in the mood for it. It's not something I can eat all the time. Like, pizza's my go-to thing, but I like sushi. I usually get salmon, avocado, or I like spicy tuna. Those are usually my default ones. California roll, I'm not so crazy. I don't know. I'm not big on the imitation crab. Perhaps squid or octopus. I had octopus ones. I forgot what that's called. Where they do the fried, you know, like that. They take that pancake batter and they put a piece of octopus in it. Take something called. I had that, and I didn't. I found it chewy. So that's the problem I have with squid, octopus, and even with like mussels, clams, oysters. It's like you're chewing. It feels like rubber, and you end up spitting it out. So it's not an enjoyable experience. And it's not like it has flavor. So it's like, why am I eating this? So it's not like it's not that it's gross. It's just I don't get the point of eating it. Hey, thank you, Shimbo Jack, contributing 250 channel points. Make me play Snoopy's Grand Adventure. It's supposed to be a good platformer, and I love platformers. And Snoopy's awesome. It's based on that Snoopy movie that came out a few years ago. I didn't see it. I wanted to see it. I didn't. Alright, BRB. Thank you, Deviant, contributing 2,000 channel points. I appreciate it. So the last winner for the channel point redemption was Captain Rainbow. I didn't forget. I will be doing it. Just was having some technical issues with it. The English patch won't run on the disc version. You have to make an ISO and then patch it. I didn't know that. So I did that. And all I have to do is test it. And once I test it, I'll be able to stream it and play Captain Rainbow in English. Oh, I just realized something. Was the, oops. There's no audio for the sound alerts. Oops. Let me play that again for you. There we go. I'm just scrolling up to see if anybody else did a sound alert, because I feel bad that that was muted. I did not know it was... Carl did one. Okay, I don't see. If anyone did a sound alert and it didn't play, let me know and I'll play it. Oh, well, I'll do it again. Here we go. There you go. There you go. Yeah, the Calamari Incantation is a good song. I don't have that as an alert. And Devia, you haven't played Splatoon in a long... I kind of been feeling like... I've kind of been craving playing Splatoon. And I noticed not many people have been streaming it. I might have to stream it myself then. Because I usually like to join other people's streams when they play Splatoon 2. But like, I haven't seen anybody like that I follow play it. So I either need to start following more Splatoon people, or I need to just stream it myself. So... Am I lost? Came from that way. Okay, we're going this way. This version is offline. Because I'm playing on the original Xbox, and the Xbox, they cut their servers, so I can't play this online. If I was playing the GameCube version, fans have made it so you can play the GameCube version through Wi-Fi on a modded Wii. So that version I can play online. And I've tried it and it does work well. I'll probably go through Dust again with the Switch ports unlocked. Okay. There's also the PC version of this that fans have modded to work on custom servers, and that, again, I don't have good luck with PC gaming. It just, the install did not work for me. So, thing is, I used to always play this offline anyway. Like, I did play this online on the Dreamcast, but that was like rare. Like, I just played it just to hang out with it, just to try it out. But for the most part, I played it offline, which is weird. Same thing with Monster Hunter. I mostly played Monster Hunter offline, and it wasn't until like recently with Rise that I started like really playing it online. Yeah, the Wii has Wi-Fi, and so what's really cool is it Revolution? I don't know, there's an app that you can put on a modded Wii that it emulates the GameCube broadband adapter. So then the game thinks you're logging in using broadband or dial-up, but you're really doing it through Wi-Fi. So there's a way of doing that. And I tried it and it worked. I'll do a stream of that sometime, maybe. If I can find somebody that who also had the same setup, maybe, and we could do a team up or something. Customer Rush. Alright. Oh, of course, DBA got a list of all the Splatoon streamers. Aldo needs to subscribe to them right away. Gonna get some shut-eye? Alright, well, thank you for dropping by. Hope you get a good night rest. Oh yeah, thanks for the recommendation, DBA. Yeah, I just for some reason don't follow any Splatoon streamers. Yep. All of a sudden he starts listing Splatoon streamers. Like, alright, it's time to leave. Also, Chinsey, if you want, I could jump back into Fable. I remember, like, last time I was streaming, I think that was the last time I streamed Xbox. When I was playing Fable, and then I got stuck, remember? Maybe the chat or something can help us. Because I did stream the original Fable, and I got stuck, and I didn't know where the heck to go. It said, go to this area. And I went to that area, and then it was locked. Like, okay, and there was no indication on how to unlock it. Was there a key I had to find? There was no indication of that anywhere. Let me see if I have the... Alright, there we go. So that's the list of the Xbox games that I have. Some of them I have streamed, some I haven't. Some I've beaten on stream, some I haven't. I haven't bought a new Xbox game in a while. I'm hoping at Retro World maybe I'll find a few cool ones. Okay, these two rooms are... Oh, it's dark in here. Let me turn on the light. Okay. There we go. Alright, so this is dead end. Go in this room. I hope that leads somewhere, otherwise for another dead end. Backtrack. Oh, crap. I'm still impressed with the graphics. This game came out a while ago, 20 years ago. Cool design. Yeah, bring me some coffee too. Coffee. Uh-oh. Alright. Are we doing good? Okay, we're going this way or the other way? Uh-oh. Put an ice mine there. Crap. There we go. Oh, gee. Oh, not good. Dude, I should change guns. Not good. Oh, we did it. Alright, goody. Alright, inventory is full. Oh, are we going to mine ruins too? Alright. We actually probably should teleport out of here. Sell stuff. Grave barrier, no. Soul atomizer. Cross arm. Fine. Oh, we need that tri grinder. We should hold on to that. Lock. No, we can sell that. We'll grab one more soul atomizer. We'll buy 3. I'm gonna save that tri grinder. I don't feel like I want to use it right now. If we get like a really good weapon, we'll use it on. Item. Use this. I don't think it's that strong against these guys. It can hit like multiple enemies once. So when there's crowds of enemies, it's good to use. Good. Okay. Uh-oh. It's not an earthquake. Well, it felt like an earthquake to me. Oh no. Yeah, I love being able to change weapons on the fly. You couldn't do that on the original Dreamcast version. When they made episode 1 and 2, they allowed you to do a huge difference. Or maybe it was in the first one, but maybe they added it in version 2. Because I remember the first version, because what they did was there was Phantasy Star Online, then there was Phantasy Star Online version 2 in the Dreamcast. I think they released some kind of upgrades, so it might have been in that one. Signal detected near here. He must be around here somewhere, but where is he? Uh-oh. Oh, I hate these things. Only shoot the red one. Then the red one changes. Welcome back. You missed nothing. I missed everything. No, you didn't. Mellow Wolf went to get some coffee. Now I want coffee. Oh, what is that? Oh, I got a sword. Confirmed, this is his right sword. Cannot believe that he left it behind. Look at the walls. These marks were made with swords. So I guess he got hacked, dropped a sword. Uh-oh. Ouch. Yeah, everything's Carl's fault. All right. Here we go. A little bit stuff. Oh wait, did I feed my? Signal detected again. He's on this floor. This time, it is him. Uh-oh. You know, ha ha ha. It's a shame. I made a mistake. I wanted to help Zoke, but I was just too weak. Alright. Not gonna help us out. Oh no. I did not fail. That guy failed. Decided I'm just gonna lie on the ground and not do anything. So I'm like, alright, I'll do everything. Oh, yeah, hallways are very samey. They have different sections. So they have the forest section, the cave, the mines, and then these are the rooms. So they do have 4 different sections in this game, even though those sections kind of look samey. You keep getting sidetracked. Yeah, he's... Oh, found the other sword. This is the left sword. It's broken too. Residual photon on the sword is very unusual. What is this? It's not in my database. So, are you... Let's go visit the dead dude again. Hey, dead dude. No, he's still somewhat alive. We're just gonna leave him there. I remember the ruins had the sharks. They were tough. Yeah, these sharks are pretty tough. Stab them. Again, I felt a tremor. Perhaps I can say that I have a bad premonition about it. If I were human. Signal detected. Zoke always brings 3 different swords. One of them must be here. Okay. Find the 3rd sword. Oh wait, we found some dead dude here. Is that his 3rd sword? Oh no, there's the shark dudes. Oh, and there's a guy on a horse. Oh no. Ow. Oh. I failed because she died. Did you see that? That's not fair. Oh. Did you see that? We failed because she died. It's not my fault she died. No. No. Oh. Okay, well, I didn't realize you have to be that careful. There are other missions you can do, other quests, that if your partner dies, it's fine. They just kind of... Also, sometimes they just don't want to heal themselves for some reason. That was very annoying, but we can rush through this. We can do it. Yep. So yeah, so I could jump into episode 2. The problem is episode 2 is very tough, and you cannot do any quests. You can only do quests in episode 2 if you complete episode 1. That's why we're kind of grinding at this, trying to complete it. So yeah, like if you're level 1 and you jump into episode 2, you're just gonna die in like one hit. It's really difficult. Yeah, and Shino, don't die again. Oh, these guys suck. They keep blocking. There we go. I'm not even gonna open any crates. I don't care. I'm annoyed that we failed. I'm gonna keep on going. I'm skipping the crates. It's gonna take too long to open them. Alright, fine. Look, we're gonna open some crates. Alright. Got that one. We had to open that to open this door anyway. Gotta loot everything. Flashback. Loot all the things. Well, that's my problem with Fallout games, because you get over encumbered and you can't carry everything. See, I like to just grab everything, and you're not supposed to. But what's cool about it in Fallout 76, you can you could kind of make your camp anywhere, so you could kind of just move your camp and then store your stuff in your inventory in your crate, whatever, and then go on looting. So that's one good thing about Fallout 76. Oh look, she's glitching. You're just gonna stand there and glitch and get shot. get eaten by these sardine-looking things. That's awesome. I think it has crossplay. Does it have crossplay with the Xbox One? It does. But we could play. So yeah, if you ever want to stream that, I'll hop on. I think I got to level 20 something. Or... Yeah, I got kind of burned out on it because it was like I was playing a lot, and then I just kind of stopped. I think I did like the big mission, which was like to join the Brotherhood or whatever. That was the big one. So after I did that, I was like, okay. All right, good night, Deviant. Thank you for dropping by. Thanks again for the sub. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, we're gonna have a Callie Marie debate going on. I want that. I have too much stuff. We're gonna have to organize it here. Get rid of something. We can get rid of... Also, if you want to do a Splatoon 2 stream one of these days, I'll join in. I've been kind of craving playing Splatoon again. I haven't played it in a while. Ow. What that was. Oh, this guy. Got him. I think when they had the Callie versus Marie Splatfest, Marie won, right? That's why she's in Splatoon 2. And she goes missing in Splatoon 2. And she's found at the end if you play through the story mode. I never played PS Universe, but I heard good things about it. But like, is it even playable on the 360? Because they can't play on the servers anymore. But I never played Final Fantasy Universe. Have you played it? I heard it was pretty different. Oh, she heals herself. Okay, she did heal herself there. Play single player, PS2 and Xbox. The Phantasy Star universe was just on the 360. Oh, okay. Oh, the lights are off. What I really liked was Phantasy Star Zero on the DS. I did a stream of that, but then I never went back to it. But I did stream it. It actually plays really well on a modded Wii U. Like on the Wii U Virtual Console, it plays really well. I don't care about opening. I have too many items anyway. Hey, hi Killer Clown, how are you? Welcome to the stream. What are you up to this evening? Oh. Yeah, I'm good. I was just craving a little PSO. Hey, thank you for the 200 bits. I appreciate it. Bit hype. Oh. Better heal herself. She's not healing herself. There, now she healed her. I can't remember. Repeat over. There's an octopus monster. That was in Phantasy Star Zero on the DS. There was a octopus monster. You have to run around it because and it had tentacles and it was slammed down and you had to like avoid that. Maybe that's the one you meant. Gonna head out. All right. Good night, Carl. Thank you for dropping by. The final boss. Okay, yeah, in PSO 0 it wasn't the final boss, so it must be another one that you're thinking of. The final boss of this, I don't remember what it looked like. It was just like this big thing. I don't even know how to describe it. If we beat this quest, we're gonna try to go for the final boss. We're gonna see, because I barely remember. I don't think it was an octopus. There we go. Oh no. Yeah, we might have to use a telepipe because I'm running low. No! Ah, okay. Yeah, I think that's the name of the boss of the episode 1. Possibly. Yes. But yeah, that's the boss of this. Of the original Dreamcast one and also episode 1. But I think he changed forms. So he might change the form to the form of an octopus thing. Let's telepipe. Oh wait, let's pause it. Power material I can use now. Evade material, we'll use those now. Oh, another mono grinder. Pause it. I'm not going to use those. That's the guy I fought in the Dreamcast version. Yeah. So on GameCube and Xbox, the Dreamcast version is basically episode 1. So this is the Dreamcast game. It's the same, and then they added a whole other thing, which is episode 2. So that same boss is. But it's been so long since I fought that boss, like I don't even remember what he looks like. It'd be cool to go back and that. I don't know if he's the boss in episode 2. I don't remember what the boss of episode 2. Mecha Gun 8. I don't want that. Weird. We'll go with the Mecha Gun 8. Hyper. Accuracy. Mecha Gun 4. Oh, we have Mecha Gun 8. Let me see how my armor situation is. Those locks? Good. I have to like look that up. I have to go looking at a PSO Wikipedia. I don't remember. I have 8 attack power. No. But I might want to hold on to this 8 accuracy. No, I don't think I need 8 accuracy. Armor. I think we're good. Right. I like using the telepipes. Telepipe height. Well, the thing is, you have to do all the quests. So, like, before you go into, like, the caves, for example, you have to do all of the forest quests. So, if you just decide, I'm just gonna jump into the cave, no, you can't. So, like, you have to level up to get to the new areas. You can't just jump ahead. So, maybe that's why, did you, like, complete all the quests on the other areas? I think this is the area where, no, right after this is the area she died. I hope not. We don't have to do this over again. If we die in this quest, I might rage quit. I don't want to do this. I think I did the quest. Chip factory, annoying robots. Oh yeah, the mines. The mines are all robots, and it's tough. And you need a gun for that because a lot of those ones fly above you, and you can't really get to them with melee weapons. So it's really tough. You want me to rage quit? I'll pull a Kev. Like, that's it. We're switching games. We're playing Call of Duty. We're gonna play Fortnite. Yeah, I have to watch. I missed that stream. I gotta check out the VOD, but I heard that he didn't last very long. What, like 45 minutes? He was just complaining the whole time. To be fair, I probably would do the same. I'm not into the visual novel games. Like, I like Professor Layton because at least you're doing puzzles and, like, it's a great story and stuff. But I don't know, were there puzzles and stuff? Or it was literally just reading and making a dialogue decision? If it's just that, that's kind of rough. 45 minutes of him playing. Remember when Kev was playing Dark Souls? The whole time, he was like, why am I doing this? What's the story? Why am I doing this? Where do I go? And I was like, can you just shut up and play the game? Like, the game is not going to tell you everything as soon as you start it. You have to, like, play it in order to understand what's going on. It's like he wanted everything to be explained, but even if it was explained, he would be like, oh, it's too much reading, I'm bored. But to be fair, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of reading too much stuff in a game. If I wanted to read a book, I would read a book. I have issues with cutscenes too. Like, I don't know, I didn't grow up with gaming having cutscenes. You know, I grew up in the NES era. You just jump in, and you know, Ninja Gaiden had cutscenes, but that was very rare for a game to have that. But for the most part, so I don't know. For me, usually cutscenes drag. There's a lot of reading too. If he isn't engaged in some meaningful action every 30 seconds, he gets bored. Yeah. And it's not completely his fault. He does have ADD, so that's a thing. So it's like frustrating to watch, but like, I get it. it's the same thing like with repetitive games. Like some people don't like PSO like is pretty repetitive. Like Diablo and stuff is kind of repetitive. So like some of these games are not for everybody. But oh, this guy again. I'm not even gonna talk to him. Screw him. Yeah, I was talking about how like a lot of people may find Diablo repetitive and boring because you're just hacking, slashing, click, 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 hack, slash, click, click, click. I don't know, but I don't know. You could say that about any video game, though. You could say any video game is kind of repetitive, but it's just about what you like and what you don't like. You know? Yeah, spam the emotes. You gotta watch out for those type of games. Yeah, my problem with Kev is that he just attacks Dark Souls like it's a bad game and say, oh, you know, it's just like if it's not for you, then that's fine. But you're basically insulting anybody who likes those games. Like I beat Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. I enjoyed the games. I could actually replay them. That's how much I like them. So, but if you didn't like it, then that's fine. But he just keeps doubling down on it being bad game design and it being bad. It's like, just because you didn't like it and you didn't know how to play it, doesn't mean it's bad game design that it's a bad game. It's just like, you didn't know how to play the game and you didn't give it a chance. So like, that doesn't mean it's a bad game. Okay, this is where I died last time. So I gotta make sure that stupid horse guy, maybe we should try to take him out first. Yeah, Zelda height. Oh no. Alright, good. I took out the horse guy, so he's not gonna kill her. Yeah, Killer Clown. I died in this mission in this room, and we had to start over. Because my partner died because that horse thing killed her. But we're... Metroid height. You missed my Metroid stream. I did a Metroid speed run 2 nights ago. Yeah, I streamed for 10 hours. Thank you for the 200 bits, Killer Clown. I appreciate it. I was able to beat the game in 4 hours and 2 minutes. Well, it's good because you would have been spoiled anyway. I want you to play the game and enjoy it whenever you decide to get it. Like, I don't want you to be spoiled by it. There were people that came into the stream and was like, "Oh, you're at the final boss. I can't look at this. I gotta go." You know, and I totally understand. But I'm gonna be streaming Metroid Dread again. I'm not done with that game. That game's so much fun to jump back into. I still haven't played hard mode. I will so I will either try to get a better speedrun time in normal, or I'll just play hard mode. Oh, I know how that is. Yeah, there's many games that I started and I didn't get back to. There's like a lot of the DS streams that I did. Like I want to go back to Chibi Robo Park Patrol, and I want to go back to Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land. Like I didn't finish playing them. Got sidetracked by other games. There's a few other ones I need to go back to too. But I know how that is. Plus, when games come out all at the same time, sometimes you gotta like pick and choose. Like you can't buy all of them. Like I wanted to pick up Shin Megami Tensei 5, but I don't know if I will, because then we got Pokemon in January. So I guess I could finish Shin Megami Tensei 5. Yeah, because then I'll have 2 months to finish it. But then, that's two $60 games in a row, and pricey. It's just like, yeah, it's just, it adds up. Okay, are we done? Oh, wait. Okay, are we done now? Oh, no. Hey, hi, B-Leaf. Welcome to the stream. Playing some PSO. I can't pause the game, so I'll give you a shout out in a minute.
What is a man?
There we go.
A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. How about you?
Yes. Twisted, a miserable pile of secrets. Issue. Can't heal him. Hey, Aaron. Thank you for contributing 2,000 channel points to make me play Snoopy's Grand Adventure on the Wii U. Welcome. It is almost 2 in the morning here. On the East Coast. Why are you here? I told you not to come. This planet is critical to you. That's why I told you to stay on Pioneer 2, you idiot. You know, I'm about to die. Give the people on Pioneer 2 my message. Here immediately. Go now. Listen, Shino, I appreciate the service you provided me over all these years. You are free now. You can choose to find a new master or to live on your own now. Do as you wish. Yeah, so Phantasy Star Online was on the Dreamcast, and then they ported it to the GameCube and the Xbox, and this is the Xbox version. And then they added more content, so they call it Episode 1 and Episode 2. So Episode 1 is basically the Dreamcast game, and Episode 2 is like a whole extra game they added on top of it. And you could play it online with other people. Unfortunately, Xbox Live is dead on the original Xbox. So I can't play this version online. But I like playing offline anyway. Thank you very much. I will stay here. Leave here immediately at Pioneer 2. I don't know the basis for which he said his last words, but it must be important in Pioneer. Take this. Or it proves that you did your quest. Alright, you completed the quest. Yeah, so we're gonna be doing the final boss soon, hopefully. If this is the last of the Ruin quests, we are gonna do final boss, and that's gonna kick my ass, and that's gonna be. Yeah, she was like, I'm just gonna hang out with this dead body. You can leave and get paid. It's like, okay. Alright, I guess we're leaving. Wait. Maybe we should explore some more. Is this door open? I asked him already. Hey, pay. Yeah, Kobayashi is the GOAT. Why am I... GOAT hype. Gravy. Ugh, I don't have to do all this. Well, there's always next year. Yeah, that'd be great. It shouldn't just be because of a convention that we meet up. It'd be cool to come in the beginning of the year. So Aaron's not a Sith Lord anymore? Yeah, also, yeah, Nintendo World is a really great place to visit. Now it's weird, like the last time I went up there, they have a whole line. They only letting in a limited amount of people, so I couldn't get in. But I want to because I want to get a Metroid Dread shirt. And one of these days I will head up there, and they didn't sell out already. Buster 2. Mech Gun, I have Mech Gun 8, so... Hard Shield doing... Atomizer... Solid Frame... That... Mine Material... Nice. I don't know. Or Atomizer, probably. Buster... I have Buster 2, so I don't need... Force chokes, Aaron. You gonna be lurking, Believe? Alright, cool, lurk away. Have 5 of those? Make it... Yeah, Kobayashi's into the choking. The force choking. Okay, so now we're gonna see, are there any other quests? If there's not, you go for the end boss. Ah, okay, what they do is, I guess after you do the last quest, they just repost all of the quests that you've already done. I guess you do that to boost experience points, so you don't have to do all of these. They just literally just reposted all of them. So that means we're in endgame territory. Okay. So yeah, so forest, cave, mine, ruin. Also, if anyone has a request for a Xbox game for me to play, I kind of want to play that Terminator game again. I didn't give it. I got stuck, I think, at some point, but like I kind of want to play that Terminator. It was just that game was so weird. And I'm on the look for RoboCop. Maybe I'll find it at Retro World. It's hard to find. What we can do is we could try to do like one attempt at the boss, then we could switch games maybe. Because I haven't played Xbox in so long, so I kind of wanted to. And also off stream, I've been playing the NSO games. I've been playing N64 games on the Switch. And for me, they've been working well. I know some people are having issues with Ocarina of Time. Like, apparently it has input lag and there's some glitches. I haven't tried Ocarina of Time. I tried the other games and they work fine. So I think it's specific to that game. And hopefully they'll patch it. I've been playing Winback. Actually, it's really cool to play Winback portable. Actually, it was kind of. I also play a little Yoshi's Story. Ooh, level 26 height. But also what's weird is if a game is compatible with, the game uses a controller pack, can't access that on the Switch. It's really weird. Like, you can't save ghost data in Mario Kart 64, and also you can't save your game in WinBack. You just have to use save states. It's really weird. I don't know why they couldn't figure out a way to emulate the controller pack. Pack? I don't get that. But then people say, then why am I paying $50 for? You know. Oh, you gotta hit that switch. That door. Let's... Alright, oh no, I'm stuck. Ow. Crap here. I didn't really do it. I'll put a freezy. There we go. Run! Oh no. Yeah, this weapon is good. Alright. Uh-oh. Oh, there's too many. Oh no, I froze me. No, no, no! Oh, it took me down. Ooh. I think it was my mag that brought me back to life. Because I don't know how that happened. I didn't have a scrap doll, or did I? Scrap dolls are the things that automatically bring you back. Kind of like the fairy in Legend of Zelda, so yeah, I don't know. Ooh. We're gonna... Oh yeah, it's my mag automatically healing me. That is really cool. But we're gonna have to... Jeez. They're hitting hard. Whew. I guess that's why they post all the quests again for you to level. I don't know if I'll be able to go through this with level 26. Like, I don't know what the right... what's the optimal level to fight the final boss? Flying sniper, the ice sniper, all that. I'm gonna buy that too, because it looks like I need it. Yeah, imagine if there were no telepipes. That would be cruel. Maybe I should try using the bus. Got him. There we go. Oh, don't face that way. Alright, gee. Oh, well, that was helpful. I wasted, using items. Oh, I don't want to fight more, guys. I'm gonna run. Looks like this is a trap, so... Trap? Why did a trap right here? secret behind the waterfall. Or more enemies will spawn. At this guy. Oh no. Oh. Got him. Yeah, it's like relentless, the amount of enemies there. Ow. Are we finally done? Okay. Okay, I think this is the way we came in. Yeah, so we have to go the other side. How's the mag do? Oh, there's mine too. Oh, this. Ow. Oh. How did I survive that? Oh, my mag saved me. That was great. I don't know how I survived that. That was... My health was 0. Yes. Yeah, this is not easy doing this solo. Like, you know, this is meant for like multiple players, I think. But I'm doing it solo. And I don't know if they dumb down the difficulty or change the difficulty depending on how many players are on. I don't know. Some games don't do that. Okay. Did we do it? Did we do it? Oh my god. They're just this onslaught of enemies. Yeah, my strategy is just constantly changing weapons. It seems to be working. So sometimes you need range, and sometimes you need to use melee. Sometimes you have to attack multiple enemies, sometimes just focus on one. It's just like a balancing thing of like, what's the right way to approach it. Oh, I could use my mag. Check this out. Super Dolphin! Murder everything! Yes! I love it. I wish I had a murder dolphin. Shoot these things. Okay, we could go through there, but I'm curious what's over. Ah, warp. Is this the warp to the... Oh, wait. You could pass all these guys. Just go straight to mine, too. Oh! Okay. That was weird. The warp disappeared, so I was like, was that like a decoy? Was it not real? I'm gonna wait for them to group together to use this weapon on. Alright. I think this is a trap. I knew it. Might have to like telepipe out. Telepipe hype. Telepipes break the game. Ooh, Mecha Gun 4. The heart one. It's good again. It's not good against machines, but it's good against beasts and dark. And we got a new lock gun. Panic lock gun. And give confusion. So I have lock gun 4. I'm gonna keep the lock gun 4, get rid of panic. Mecha gun. Mecha Gun 8 is what I have. Myself. Slicer, I don't know. My material can't. Telepipe height. Weapon ship. Ow. Oh. I hate this enemy. He's so annoying. Yeah, he keeps blocking attacks like that. You can't hit him when he does that. Ugh. There we go, finally. Alright. I don't know which door to go. Right here. Oh, I'm stuck. Dark in this. Okay. Yeah, this isn't the right way to go, but at least we got items. Okay. Where are we going? No enemies, I don't want to fight them. Ow. Yeah, they're more likely to attack, block melee. So I guess better just use guns on them. Oh, these things. Oops. I didn't mean to put down a telepipe, but there we go. I meant to change weapons. But while we're here... We might change to the Brave armor, but it has no slots. So, like, if it doesn't have a slot to put one of the upgrade things, I don't want it. Like, I don't care if it's like a little bit better. Where is it? Ah. Try to group them all together. Uh-oh. Oh no. This is not good. Let's freeze them. Ow. Can't see. They're all crowding around me. The clusterfuck. No. Oh, that was brutal. Hey, Retro Johnny, thank you for contributing 904 channel points to make me play Snoopy and Adventure. How are you doing tonight, Retro Johnny? Just grinding away at PSO right now. We're on our way to the final boss, if we can get that far. Oh no. Game has no pause. Alright, cool. Thanks for lurking. Now, what horror movies were you watching? Or what horror film did you watch? Charlotte, I have not heard of that. Oh, okay. I haven't played the original Soul Calibur in a long time, and they have it on the Xbox. They ported it to the Xbox. That version's pretty okay. It aged well. Yeah, it's weird that Namco didn't put the last Soul Calibur game on the Switch, because I think it didn't sell that well, but if they would have put it on the Switch, I think it would sell well. I think it just got lost in the shuffle. I forgot if it was Soul Calibur 6 or 7, what number it was. But I don't think it sold that well. Yeah, Kobayashi streamed the last Soul Calibur, and so I downloaded it on Game Pass and I played it, and it was pretty good. But like, yeah, I didn't stick with it. I just played it for that stream. Played the older ones when they were new in high school days. Yeah, Soul Calibur 2 was a big deal because it's like, the GameCube one had Link in it. Like, wow! Yeah, and that was actually like the best-selling one. And it was weird because when they remastered it, they didn't put it on Switch. Or they didn't, like... Didn't they remaster Soul Calibur 2? I got Spawn, yeah. And what did PS2 version get? I think it's somebody from Final Fantasy, or was it a Tekken character? Okay. Ah, Kobayashi knows. Where are we going? First, let's... Okay, we're going the right way. Oh yeah, you're not gonna be able to make Retro World. Hey Vance, thank you so much for the raid of 5. Welcome. Hype, hype, hype. Very much. I wanna know what you were playing. Ah, Super Street Fighter 2. Hype, hype. Did you get the 1cc? Hey, hello, Coca-Cola. Nice name. Or I read that wrong. Coca-Cola. Welcome Raiders. Yeah. I wanted to go... Yeah, so this would have been your first time at Expo. Well, there's always next year. And I don't think there's anything else coming up soon. Not till the summer? Next summer, maybe? Yeah, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Just playing some PSO. We've done all of the quests, so we're heading to the boss. Oh no, this guy. Oh. Yeah, I'm playing on the original Xbox. Not emulation, it's actual Xbox. Also, if you guys ever are in New York, you can come down to New York, we could always go to a Nintendo store or something. Just whenever you're able to do that. No time limit on it. 1cc with Cammy and Ryu tonight? Oh, well, that's good to hear. That's not easy. That was the arcade version, or what version was that? I live in New York City, so I'm here. So if you're ever down, let me know, because I'm here. Arcade version. Oh, that's tough. You know how those arcade version, any arcade version, they just want to get the quarters out of you, so they ramp up the difficulty. But yeah, that's pretty cool. You did that. I'm struggling here because I feel like you need more players, because it's tough to do with just one player. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, anybody who can't make Retro World, or because Aaron was in here, he's not going to be able to make Retro World, but he said he was hoping to come into the city sometime early next year. So, we could always try to work something out. Make our own little Retro World. Oh, that's cool. Where are you now? You know, it's funny, I don't know too many streamers from New York. I know some like in the tri-state area or like the north, but like not many New York streamers. They're probably out there, just not in my circle. Get rich somehow, yeah. Whoa, you went from Borough Park, Brooklyn to Bangladesh? Wow, that's a culture shock, isn't it? That's very different. How is it over there? Very far journey. Whoa. Oh, that guy. Oh yeah. You get my dolphin. My murder dolphin, people. He's still not dead? There we go. I hope the yeah, how's the Wi-Fi in Bangladesh? Oh, you went from Brooklyn to Bangladesh. Okay. But yeah, you said you used to live in New York. And then I asked where you are now. So that's why I got confused. So where are you now? You seem to travel a lot. $160p hype. $160p. A lot of times I watch streams in 480p. Like, I don't know, if I'm downloading stuff or doing other stuff at the same time, I don't want the bandwidth to get too what's the word? Too full, too blocked, too whatever. So yeah, 480p works. A lot less streaming there. Oh, okay. Went from Bangladesh to United States back to Bangladesh. Okay. Yeah, so how'd you like being in the US or in Brooklyn? It must have been very different for you. Even if I have the bandwidth, I'm so old, so I took. Yeah, you know, we live in a time, everyone's obsessed with 4K 60 frames and all this stuff, and I'm old school, so I still think that's why I'm streaming at 720p right now. I consider 720p HD, and it was until YouTube changed it. Now YouTube is saying 720p is not HD. That's bullshit. The standards, I don't feel like the standards have changed. According to them, it has. 810p, that's a very specific P. I don't know if I've heard of that one. Brooklyn was interesting. That's a nice way of describing it. I also think Brooklyn is interesting. Just looks slightly better around the edges than 720. Okay. Technically, this game is 480p, and it's upscaled to 720, I think. Or no, it's upscaled to like 800 by 600. Resolution, but it's back in high school, YouTube was 360. You can still find those. There's a lot of videos on YouTube that has very high view count, and it was posted like 10, 12 years ago, and it's 480p, 360p. Yeah. Yeah, when the Xbox 360 first came out, it was AV only, and then eventually the second model came out, and then they added HDMI. But it used to be they didn't mean to do that. I meant to use television. Yeah, I don't see the point in streaming at higher than 720 is because most people watch on their cell phone anyway. So it's like not like people are watching. Very few people watch Twitch streams on like 4K TVs. People are just watching on mobile. I see the analytic. I can't say that word. I see the stats on streams, and it's not television that people are watching this. Being blown away by the sharpness of 480p and 480i DVD. Yeah, and that's a huge difference if you watch like first generation DVDs versus dual layer. It's a huge difference. You know, like the picture quality, like you could kind of see like scan lines, or like you could see it was just, it doesn't look that great because it was trying to fit on a 4 gigabyte disc, and then when you got the dual layers, everything looked much more clearer. And things at the time you didn't know, it looked better than VHS. You know, that's all we knew. But when you look back at it now, it's like using S-Video on the PS2 was like, this is a new era. S-Video days, yes. Since I have so much money that I'm not using, I have like almost 186,000. Maybe we could like buy like a better If we could find something stronger than the cross armor or the solid shield. But the stuff I'm finding now is just a tiny bit better. We'll buy 2 of these. Yeah, you can see the video compression if you look at DVDs from the late 90s, early 2000s. You could definitely see it. See the compression. Missed. And it was like, wow, yeah, full motion video. Yeah, video CDs were really popular overseas, especially in Asia. They never caught on here. They're just like MPEG 1 or MPEG 2. I think it's MPEG 1. Just put on a disc, and they were super popular over there, and it never caught on over here. Real Player. Oh, I always hated Real Player. It was just, I hated that there was like that specific video format to only play on that specific player. I did not like that. QuickTime. Yep. Yeah, Asia gets all the cool stuff. Brave Armor with 1 slot. If it had 2 slots, I would buy it. It would bring up my defense like 10 points. No, I'm gonna wait for a better Brave Armor. Not gonna buy it. Hey! Kakalawala. Sorry, I butchered your name. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm just gonna call you Cola. That's okay. I appreciate it. Appreciate the follow. MPEG 1. I believe DVDs were MPEG 2. Right? So it must have been MPEG 1. Cola is fine. Alright. I forgot about Real Player. The flashbacks. I hated Real. And the thing is, you could compress video very small on those, so a lot of websites or anything that you wanted to like download from or any kind of streaming or whatever, it was just good compression, so a lot of places went for it, but it was just a crappy format. For other reasons. Whatever. We don't have to live in those days anymore. I should have sold the Charge Buster. I don't want that. I can sell that back in the... yeah, DVDs are MPEG 2. Windows Media Player. Yeah, Windows Media Player I think plays everything now, but no one really uses it. But it's always installed on every OS, every window. I can't play that by $1 encoders. Yeah, I use VLC for everything. It does a better job than other because it just plays everything. And it gets updated pretty often, and it just works. So. And it's free. Videos on websites are usually small and really blurry. Yep. Because it used to be like a bandwidth issue, but now everyone has broadband or Wi-Fi, or everyone has fast internet, but it's just... It's less strain on the servers, or I don't know. It's just people are still cheap with the video quality. And where am I going? This way. Oh. I remember when I had Windows 8 and was like, "There's the access to the DVD drive." Windows 8 was like, "That's the cool thing you don't." No DVD drive. For years I remember installing it. Yeah, I didn't like that DVX thing. Ooh, is this Ruins 3? Ruins 3, people! We're getting there. This is a trek. We're getting there. And did the feels. Alright. The attacks were just going right through me. Did anyone jump on the Blu-ray train? I didn't. I kind of stuck with DVDs. Didn't. And then now they have the Ultra HD Blu-rays. Now they're double, triple, quadruple layer Blu-rays. Yeah, we're kind of conditioned to like just see things online. Alright, good night, Kobayashi. Thank you for dropping by. Get some rest. Alright. Was that a remark? You think Kobayashi doesn't go to your streams? That's for Johnny. Like eventually, plan my stream sometime. Yeah, when's Aaron gonna stream? I have mods, but I never ask them to do anything. I just do it myself. Like I do my own shout outs and I don't know, I don't tell mods. And I'm lucky I don't get like hate rated or I don't know, usually bad stuff doesn't really happen on my stream where I need moderation. I just kind of do it myself. I think it's more for people that are just don't have immediate access to their setup. Like for me, everything is within reach, so I could moderate myself. So it's not really an issue. Or sometimes maybe with this game, because there's no pause, I would like, hey, can somebody do something? I can't. I plan to Sunday, but I've been sick for 4 days. Once I go a day or two without getting sick or dizzy, that sucks. So it's been 4 days like that. That sucks. Yeah, so I hope you feel better. You think it's the flu? I heard that there's been the flu this year has been nasty. I got something called assault. What is that? Oh, these are new machine guns. This is stronger than the mecha. Oh, okay. New gun hype. Oh yeah, it is strong. Yeah, I think this is the first year I'm not sick around Halloween time. Usually I'm always I usually get a flu or a cold or something really bad around this time of year. It has to do with the weather changes, just kind of like weird like allergens or something blowing into the area. I don't know what's going on. Something happens with the change of the seasons, just allergens start coming in, germs, all kinds of crap. And yeah, that's and in the flu season and everyone's immune system is out of whack right now because we've been using hand sanitizer, wearing masks. The pandemic has lowered our immune system, apparently. So people are getting hit harder with the flu this year than previous years. And plus, I don't know if the COVID is mixing with the flu and doing God knows what. So we are in strange times. Knock on wood. Don't jinx yourself. Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm not big enough to get hate rated. Like, I don't really... That makes me glad that I'm not too big. I didn't realize you streamed. Let me give you a shout out. Mega Man 8, awesome, on the Saturn. I do Saturns. I haven't done a Saturn stream in a while, but I should try Mega Man 8 again. I had struggle with Mega Man 8. Oh, and also Metroid. Yeah, I did a full playthrough of the original Metroid. It took me 7.5 hours, but I was able to beat it. Yeah, cool. I got the 2-shot myself, so just so my doc would leave me alone. You talking about the COVID shot or the flu shot? You got both of them? What, Sniper 7? That was... COVID shot and a flu shot a week before, though. I don't know if you're supposed to get those shots so close together. I'm not sure about that. But if your doctor said it was okay, hopefully he knows what he's talking about. No, like, I had major problems with Mega Man 8. Part was like, jump, jump, slide, slide, jump, jump, slide, slide. I'm like, shut up. I hated that part, to jump, jump, slide, slide. I gotta give it another shot. But that was a struggle. Yeah, I got the Moderna shot. I got the 2 Moderna shots. The first time I got it, I felt soreness in my arm where it was shot, and then that was it. And then the second shot, I got really sick. Like the next day, early in the morning, I felt like I was dying. But then I slept the whole day, and then I felt fine. So just, I'd rather go through that than get COVID. So I was fine with that. I might need a boost, I think. But they said after 6 months, 8 months. So eventually, when the boost becomes available, I'll get it. Here, hey, if I die from this, get it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like some people don't trust it, and you know that's their decision. But I was willing to do it because I was tired of, like, for a whole year I just kind of stayed indoors and I didn't do anything, and I was like, no, I want to do stuff. I want to, you know, because in New York City, all the restaurants require you to show your vaccination card. So I was like, well, if that's what it requires, that's what's required for me to go and do stuff, I'll do it. I don't care. I'll show my card and live my life. And that's how I saw it. So a lot of people do it because don't want to do it. It's like, oh, you can't tell me what to do, but I didn't really feel that. I was stuck in the jump slide stage 2, where I realized Mega Man can't jump or slide while changing direction. Oh, maybe that was my issue. That's... Hear that I wanted to get it done in case I travel or something. Yeah. Got the Oxford vaccine. I don't have any reaction after the first shot. I haven't heard of Oxford. I know Europe got their own version of the vaccine. I don't know if that's the Oxford one, but I have not heard of that one. Really, they gave 3 of these guys? In case I die, I'm putting a telepipe. I don't trust myself. Public school, you need certain vaccines your whole life. I don't get that. Yeah, I agree. A lot of parents are like, I'm not gonna, you know, give the vaccine to my child. How dare you force me to vaccinate my child? I was like, hello? Your kid's vaccinated against chickenpox and measles and mumps and all that stuff. But I think people think that since this vaccine was made so quickly, it's not safe or things. So that's the distinction, was how quickly the vaccine came about, where the other vaccines have been around for like 100 years or so. So it is like a whole different, but there's a whole debate about that now. A lot of parents don't want their kids vaccinated. Hi, Ken Masters. Welcome. Any friend of Vance is a friend of mine. How are you doing? They've been vaccinated for traveling for decades as well. Yeah, that's true. Thing is, this is a new thing for specifically in the United States. We've never had to deal with a pandemic, while pandemics have been a thing in other countries all over the world. They've dealt with it. This is the first time this has hit us hard. We've had to deal with the Ebola and E. coli and SARS, bird flu, but it was only a few minor cases or isolated cases. We've never had a thing that affected the entire country, and people were just not set up for that emotionally, mentally, in terms of laws and all that stuff. This was all new thing, and everyone's freaking out. Everyone's freaking out. So yeah, that's what it is. Okay, Oxford AstraZeneca. Yes, so that's the one that Europe and Middle East, I guess, and all the different areas got. So yeah, I wonder, how has anybody gotten any side effects from that, or is it on par with the Moderna and the Pfizer and the someone about 8 months ago, a hiker in California, black plague. I heard about that recently, the first case of the black plague in God knows how many years. Apparently, the black plague was caused by unsanitary conditions. Remember, at that time, we didn't know about germs and stuff, so it was spread by mice or rats or something. So whoever that dude was, he was probably a gamer. He was probably in his basement playing Fortnite or something at the Black Plague. Yeah, so if you go to Retro World, you're gonna get the Dark Plague. Pfizer, okay. Yeah, I find it very interesting because everybody got a different one, because you got the one that was in your area. Like, there's certain areas had like, this vaccine's available in this neighborhood or this state or whatever. So everybody had access to a different one. And they were like, oh, it's all the same, but like, is it? You know, so I find that interesting. You requested Moderna? Okay, Moderna was just the one that was available to me, and I think it was the first vaccine that came out, and many people had taken it, and I hadn't heard of any bad reactions or anything. So, you know, there's been controversy with the Johnson & Johnson one. Some places have pulled it or something. The long-term effects of COVID is already messing with me. Yeah, I heard, like, are you still getting winded when you try to work out? I know that was a thing. And what about your sense of taste? Almost a full year and you still have ugh. So yeah, that's the problem, where no one knows if those side effects would last forever or not. Like, this is completely uncharted territory. And maybe, Aaron, maybe you could join one of those case studies. I'm sure they're testing people. Like, did you get COVID? Do you have side effects that are long-lasting? Maybe there's a case study you can be a part of. Not only would you get paid, but maybe they can find something that would actually help it. Oh, here we go. Who are these little guys? There we go. Oh, I'm dead. That's actually okay, because I did put that pipe down. You had to wait 25 minutes for the vaccine to thaw out? Interesting. I made an appointment, and I assume maybe they thawed it out right before your appointment or something. I didn't have to... These have morphed over time. It's like... Back but weird. I used to love peanut butter. I gag eating it now. That's a shame. Some days my workouts are easy. Some days walking down the stairs. It's weird that it would fluctuate, where like some days is better than others. That's strange. to sit for minutes afterwards. That's another reason why I got the vaccine. I was just worried about long-term effects and stuff because again, that's more uncharted territory. Usually when there was any kind of virus or disease, whatever, you get the cure, you recover, whatever. For the stuff to stay around, that's creepy. That's messed up. That's definitely new. And just a little out of shape and years of smoking. Yeah, so you were probably eligible for the vaccine early on. Because when the vaccine first came out, it was only for the elderly, and then if you were obese, if you were a smoker, if you had cancer, I think, or remission, and all that stuff. They had different. For 7. Alright, I'm gonna keep this. We're gonna keep the assault. That's a machine gun. We're gonna sell the mecha gun. Solid shield. Sell that. Primate will. Charge buster will sell. Before COVID, I was already living like that. When COVID started at home, most of the time, of staying clean. COVID in August. Oh, that's terrible. And the thing is, it's affecting everybody differently. Like some people have, like my sister got COVID and she recovered, and for a while she had that brain fog thing, you know, like when you like forget your thoughts, so you feel like you can't remember stuff. And for her, it went away. But in other people, it didn't go away, and they still have it. Then some people have lung problems. Some people have sense of taste issues. Some people have, they lose their sense of smell. Everybody's reacting differently to it, because it affects your DNA. Whatever your, it just affects everyone different, because it's something to do with DNA. One of my Graham's friends got it and killed him in about 5... Wow. Yeah, that's another thing. It's affecting people different. Some people die immediately. Some people are able to fight it off like it's just a cold or a flu. It's like they have this like natural immunity. It's just, everyone's different. There are people that have no health issues and they're young and healthy and they drop dead. Yeah, that's not the way you want to go, right? That's unnecessary. This whole thing shouldn't have happened. If it had 2 slots, I would buy it right now. Alright. If you want to go on a nice muscle car, 150 miles while smoking, I think that's how James Dean died. So you want to go like James Dean? Was drunk. I guess a cop stopped him early that night. That's crazy. So that means if the cop hadn't just let him go, he might have been still alive for God knows how long. That wouldn't have happened now. Like, a TMZ would have been there, cameras, whatever. A celebrity can incognito drive drunk nowadays. I want to go in my sleep, not panicking and screaming like the passengers in his car. Yeah. This PGA game I got on PlayStation Plus is actually fun. PGA? You mean a golf game? You're having fun with a golf game? I think you're... Are you having fun with it because it's... Did you get it for free, or...? No, that's funny because I think the only golf games I've played are like Mario Golf. Or like NES Golf. I love Golf Story. That's not really a golf game. Golf Story is... I've just never heard of a golf RPG before. Like, yeah, I don't know if you played Golf Story, Aaron, but I recommend that game to everybody. It's on sale now, I think. But it's literally a sports RPG. And what's funny is you could tee off anywhere. You could drop the ball anywhere and just tee off. Yeah, I recommend it. It's a lot of fun. The story is really funny, and it plays like an RPG. But there's also golf, and they're making the sequel now, Sports Story. So that game's a Switch exclusive too, by the way, which is interesting because I don't know why they could have ported it, but they didn't. Double Beats Link? No, I should try that out. That's FMV. Big Saddlers takes it a whole new level. I'll check that out. I actually haven't played any. Are there other golf games on the Saturn, or is that the only one? Isn't there a dodgeball RPG? Not that I know of. There's Super Dodgeball on the NES. I don't know if that has RPG elements. Mario Soccer ever get made, or was that canceled? Mario Strikers was on the GameCube and the Wii, as far as I know. But they never put one out after that. Wait, do I need to buy anything? I don't think I need to buy anything. Hey, thank you very much, Ken Masters, for the follow. I appreciate it. Sigma Star Saga on GBA was a shooter HBR. I haven't played that. I'd like to check that out. Best one on the Saturn. Okay. What I'll do is my next Saturn stream, I will check that out. I've been wanting to do a Saturn stream. I haven't done one in a long time. Also, anybody new to the channel, that's my website. It links to my Twitter. I'm very active on Twitter. I post whenever I go live. And also, all my archive streams from Twitch are on my YouTube channel, and the link to my YouTube there. So I bet they are gold, though. Have you seen Japanese dub clips of Kraid Saturn? I have not. Yeah, I'm not usually a fan of sports games, but I've been surprised. There have been some that have had like a lot of charm, and I'm cool with a sports game if it adds other genre elements to it. Like if you make it a sports RPG, or you make it like a sports action. You just do something different with it. I'm not usually a fan of straight up sport games. But it's NHL hits. Yes, 2 over-the-top violence. Someone gets out of the ring through the glass never gets old. I'm sure. Have you streamed that before? Oh wait, that's a better assault. One day? Okay. Oh, you don't have a capture card. Okay. Pops up from time to time, tries to encourage and challenge the player, but the golf lingo comes off as unintentional innuendo. Think you can get inside mine? Oh my god, he says that? Oh no. That sounds like the perfect game for a stream. That would get the chat going. That might be against Twitch terms of service. You might get kicked off Twitch for that. That's funny though. I have a fat PS2, original Xbox, a lot of games. Oh, I don't want to fight these. Yeah, so I recommend getting a capture card when you can. You know, Elgato is the one that is the known one, but you could get like another brand if it's cheaper. I don't have experience with those other brands, but I know Rick was using a different brand before he switched to Elgato. A lot of PS2. Want to stream PS2 games? I don't know. I feel like I've seen people having a lot of issues streaming from the PS2. I don't know if it's that maybe it's a S-Video thing or. But yeah, Aaron, what PS2 games would you like to stream? I've heard of those games, Cola. I have heard of those. I have not played them, but I think Tony Uncle played that first one. Yeah, I did watch him. Hey, hi 8-Bit Jace. Welcome to my late night stream. What are you doing awake? I will give you a shout out, but this game has no pause. So. Did you sleep early? Because that's what happens. If I go to sleep at like 8 p.m., I'll wake up at like 3 or 4 in the morning. It's crazy. And I'm like, why am I awake? And I'm like literally all bright-eyed and not sleepy at all. Like, wow, I am awake. I'm terrible. I woke up at like 8 or 9 p.m. My sleep schedule is completely the place. So I might stay up today to kind of fix it. Or not. I will always be salty for the PS2 killing the Dreamcast. Because remember, the Dreamcast came out first. Everybody's like, wow, look at this. This can do more than... Because remember, it was the first of that gen to come out. Because we had the PS1, we had the 64, and we had the Saturn. And then all of a sudden, the Dreamcast came out. It was like, ooh, new gen, next gen. And that only lasted for what? Like less than a year? And then PS2 came out, and everybody was like, Dreamcast, what? Who? Never heard of it. This thing got DVDs. I gotta get a PS2 so I can play DVDs. It was the cheapest DVD player. And then pirating was very easy to do on the Dreamcast. That really cemented it. Software sales were low because of... My sleep schedule is weird. I basically stay up so I can't function, then hope I can sleep. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I basically stay up until I literally collapse. Not good. Cheapest, most reliable at the time. Yeah, same thing with PS3 with the Blu-ray player, right? Or... I still don't understand why Capcom is sleeping on Power Stone. Like literally everybody wants Power Stone. And it's funny, you know, the gaming community is usually divided on things. Everybody's on different sides, but I think it's pretty unanimous. Everybody wants Power Stone. It doesn't matter if you're pro Sony, Nintendo, Microsoft, Sega, whatever. Pretty much everybody's like, where's Power Stone? Yeah, it's really sad. I have to do a Dreamcast. I haven't done a Dreamcast stream in a while, but I love my Dreamcast. I have a lot of great memories of it. But there was a lot of mistakes made with that system. But overall, there was from 8:30 to 9:30, and well, I guess that's good, isn't that? That's you're sleeping a good amount of hours. Alright. PS2 is my DVD player. Yeah, now HD. Oh, I don't want to play. Yeah, 6 to 7 is not bad. You average 3 to 4? No rewinds. Yeah, that was the big thing. Oh, my mag healed me. That was great. I was like, why, how come my health is 0? Oh, not. Oh. Alright, lurk away, Retro Johnny. Thank you for dropping by the stream. Yeah, I remember browsing the internet on the Dreamcast also. That was a big deal. Like, browsing the internet on a console. Yeah, that's what the cool thing is. You were able to download save files. Yeah, Shenmue disc. Oh wait, what? It was the last disc that you could go on. What could you do? You could like upload your score or something? Yeah, the arcade ports were really well done on the Dream. Alright, dolphin time. Ow. Yeah, that was one of the first games of that genre. I mean, at that time you didn't have open world games. Shenmue is definitely the first. I really love Shenmue. Yeah, I have the first game on. I have the first game, and the second one I think I burned a copy because I could get the English voiceovers. It's like modders took the voice acting from Shenmue on the Xbox, and they put it on the Dreamcast. How I played. And then I got the remaster too on the Xbox One. I have that. And I recently bought Shenmue on the original Xbox. I never had that version until recently. And it comes with a DVD movie of the first game. Maybe one day I'll do a stream and we can watch that movie. I've never seen the Shenmue movie. I think it just puts together the cutscenes in the first game. Because if people only played that, let's say they didn't have a Dreamcast, they wouldn't know what the heck was going on in Shenmue 2, right? Echo. Yep, Echo's a killer special attack in this game. It takes forever. So yeah, that wheel, that yellow thing on the top, every time you get an attack, every time you get hit, it fills up. And so when it fills up to 100, you could do your special. I like the dolphin. I think I have like 3 different ones, but I like the dolphin the best because he hits like directly in front of you, and any enemy in front of you, it goes right through. Yeah, it probably puts together all the cutscenes. I don't know if it has any exclusive stuff or if it's just, I don't know. No, I'm frozen. No. 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 I was stuck in the shooting animation. I meant to move. Yeah, it's just how else would they know what the hell Shenmue was? So it's good that they did that movie, but yeah, I don't know how good it is. I haven't checked it out, but let me see if I can find it. I have it. Don't have it. I probably have it on one of my shelves somewhere. Yeah, that was bad. Big oof for me. But I got it mostly for collector's reasons. It's like, I don't know if I would actually play through it. Hey, Retro Johnny, thank you for the host. I appreciate it. There's a series of videos on the channel DF Retro that go into detail about different versions of Shenmue. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'm always fascinated to see stuff like that. Do I need thunder resistance? I'm gonna hold on to that actually. Primate, we will hold on to it. Grand armor, I cannot equip that. We'll use that mono grinder on the assault thing probably. Yeah, there's a few streamers that I follow that are big Shenmue fans. And sometimes stream it. Made that assault 2. Wait, how many telepipes do I have? Alright. Ugh. As you can see, it's tough. This Ruins 3. Because we gotta remember, right before we go to fight the final boss, we definitely have to put a telepipe right near the boss door. Otherwise, we're gonna have to just run through all this. Ugh. We're going this way. We should go where that... we haven't checked out this door. Oh, okay. Why is this room glowing? Uh-oh. Oh, that was not good. Ow. There we go. Maybe hitting the switch will stop that glowing effect? It did. Ow. Ow. All right. Like I was going here. Ah. HP material. Use that. And power material. Well, that's good. Use those now. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna go down here. And we're gonna go... Okay. Oh, now I'm confused. That's gonna go... Oh, that goes twisty all over the place. Oh, that's a... Alright. This way. And I'm gonna make sure to put a telepipe so this doesn't happen again. This also happens in Diablo 2 if you didn't put a town warp thing. You have to go all the way back, man. I have no reason to fight these guys. It'd be really cool if they ported this to the Switch or some modern consoles, and then they would have a fast forward button. Wouldn't that be great? With a fast forward button. That's what's really cool about some modern games when they do that. Like some RPGs, they... What was it? One of the Final Fantasies, Final Fantasy 3 remake, or, I mean, the port? Or Final Fantasy 8? No, one of those. They put a fast forward button. Sonic strats. Where is he? Yeah, they're very slow, like especially by today's standards. So it's very helpful that they put a fast forward button. Just speed it up. Because some people are willing to do the grind, but it's just not if it takes so slow. Ow. We're grinding 20 minutes of original Phantasy Star before I could stand. Yeah, I don't know if you played it on Switch. I love the Switch version because they put a map on the screen when you go into the dungeons. It completely changes. It makes it so much nicer, and also you can use the original that FM audio, like that forgot what you call it, but it was only available for, I think, the Model 1 or Model 2 Master System had additional audio channel or something. But yeah, I like the additional music track. But it's great. But yeah, you would have to just fight right in front of the town. And then when your life hits low, whatever, you run into town, you can heal in the first town for free. You would have to go back and forth. It's crazy. But yeah, you would have to like fight a little bit, go back into town. Oh, I forgot that I could do this because on the robot, he auto heals when you stand still. I totally forgot that he does that. All this time. I played a translated patch in the PS2 release. Yeah, I would like to try that out. They released a remake on the PS2, and then fans made an English patch. So I would like to emulate that. Visuals look cheap, but the music is incredible. Okay. Japanese Master Systems could upgrade. Yeah, so I like the FM sound module sounds. I think it's cool. Some people don't. Like, there's a lot of purists that are like, I don't like the way it sounds. I loved it. So. Alright, now I'm fully healed. Ooh. Full atomizer, maybe. Oh, so we brought the power down. That's not good. An atomizer. I guess it depends on the game, but I like the one that I like the way Phantasy Star sounded. We're gonna put a telepipe right here. First patch for the Japanese Phantasy Star on the Master System. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I love that they make these translations. We get to play games that... Not only do we get to play games we never played before, but we get to play different versions and stuff that we didn't get. So I love that. Ow. Level 27. If you notice, it takes a long time to level up in this game. If they don't give away levels. I got him trapped in the corner here. There's like worms floating in the air. That's so creepy. Whoops. Yeah, I agree. They just assumed. Same thing with Fire Emblem with Nintendo. Like, I don't know. I just the West didn't really care for RPGs. If you think about Final Fantasy VII, was the first time that an RPG made a big deal. I mean, I think Final Fantasy III on the Super Nintendo did okay, but I think it wasn't until the PS1 era that RPGs became huge. Or like a big deal. So yeah, who knows if it would have taken off. I don't know if it would have, you know? They would have put more time into it, or... Oh shit. That's the boss door. Let's check out what these other rooms have. Flame barrier, maybe I should want. Yeah, TurboGrafx 16. I didn't even know what the hell that was. Like, I never heard of that growing up. It wasn't until years later I heard about TurboGrafx 16. So yeah, it was not a big thing here in the US. If I can use this flame barrier. Okay, I'm gonna use the flame barrier. No slots. Oh, here we go. Number, this is 91. Sega, Nintendo, ads being everywhere. Yeah, TurboGrafx 16 was not marketed here. This wasn't. I wonder if I need any of this stuff. Saucer? I've never seen that. Okay, wait, we need that. Let's drop something that we don't need. The halberd. Drop the solid frame. I can't use that weapon. No, I don't think I can. All right, here we go. Oh, what a beautiful day. Uh-oh. Oh no. I think his PC Engine was holding its own against Famicom in Japan, but in the United States, chances were... Yeah, I don't know what the reasons are. They had their reasons for not wanting to market it. Oh, hello. Oh. One hit and I was dead. I think things just got botched. I don't know, maybe did they ever intend on promoting it here? I don't know if they did. That was quick. Wow, it is a final boss. Actually, let's check what we have. I don't even know what strategy to use. Like, I guess a gun would be good. Shadow lock gun. Can defeat a weak enemy with one hit. Fire slicer. So we will sell Superior Throwing Blade. We'll hold on to that. This will sell. I'll hold on to that one. Hold on to that one. Actually, what is he selling? Good. Giga Shield, no. We're going to deposit the money, deposit some items here, put in. Oh, we could have sold these. I think. We'll just drop it in here for now. Deal with that later. And I actually want to change the custom palette thing. This, instead of monomate, I'm gonna change it. Oh yeah. It was super aggressive. Following the crash, there was a gap. Nintendo swooped in. Sega and C relied on third-party distributors that screwed things up and never recovered. Yeah, a lot of the problem is that Nintendo made a requirement that a lot of third-party supporters had to like make their games exclusive, or they kind of made a thing. So that's why the NES sold more than the Master System. It's just they were able to lock in that market. Same thing with the Super Nintendo, but Genesis was able to sneak in there because their first party was so strong. Yeah. What? How is this guy still alive? He got stuck in the wall. I'm just gonna skip him. Yeah, South America, the Master System is still popular over there, I think. And a lot of games got ported from Genesis to Master System, and from Game Gear to Master System. It was just so popular there. I don't know what's the right weapon to use. We'll stick with the lock gun for now. And it's interesting how in Europe the NES was. Whoa! Did you see that? My mag gave me a an attack and defense boost. I appreciate it. Yeah, in Europe the NES was not even that popular. Nintendo's never been super popular in Europe. And they keep trying though. The Switch is doing pretty okay, but... Okay, you have to attack the glowing ones. Oh, and it moves. Hey, hi Dark Plague. Made it just in time. We're playing the final boss. He's one ugly son of a bitch. Yeah, Dark Plague is another really cool streamer. He loves Mega Man. Oh no. I don't think this gun's doing anything. You have to change guns. You don't always lose. You always win in Mega Man. Oh no! Don't hit me, please don't hit me. Yes. Maybe the sniper? Ah, the sniper. I'm getting good hits with the sniper. Ooh! Uh-oh. Second form. He's angry. My silicone in my Genesis controller is done. Really? You want a legit Genesis controller? There's a lot of third-party ones. Like 8-bit do makes... No, not 8-bit. Retrobit makes them. If you go to retrobit.com, they make them. But I guess eBay if you want a legit Genesis one. Stop moving. Oh, I can't use my Can't use my my traps. That's weird. You need silicone. Can't find them anywhere. Well, you might have to go third party. Either you look on eBay, or you have to get a third party controller. I recommend checking out Retrobit. Oh, you're looking for just the silicone replacement? Oh, I wouldn't know. Like I said, eBay would be the place to get that. You can, but otherwise, I don't know. I thought you wanted to replace the whole controller. You just want the silicone part. eBay. You haven't done you did a Google search and you didn't find it? Because usually when I'm looking for a specific part, I do a Google search and stuff pops up. So I'm surprised nothing popped up. Oh god. Oh wait, this is good. Dolphin height. Yes, Echo the Dolphin. Yes, Echo the Dolphin did it. Did I beat it? Did Echo the Dolphin just kill the final boss? Oh shit, wait a minute. Echo the Dolphin. Did you see that, Darth? Did you see that? Fucking Echo the Dolphin killed the final boss for me. That's awesome. Ugh. But look at the ground. The ground is just people's faces and they're moving. Isn't that creepy? It's like, oh, help us. Ooh. Yeah, but thank you for the GGs. So yeah, I don't know if anyone watching knows this, but I think I mentioned it before. In order to play any of the quests in Episode 2, you have to beat the boss in Episode 1. So now this unlocked all the quests, so we can jump into Episode 2 now, which I'm very happy. Right. So I think the end credits should start playing once we go through here, or... yeah, the epilogue. Yay, I'm gonna get copyright claim for this song. Whoa. Hype, hype, hype. Yeah, I'm raising the volume. It's very low for some reason. I think the faces are saying, have you played Defender of the Future? What is Defender of the Future? That sounds familiar. I can't skip this. We're gonna have to watch the entire credits. But yay, we did it! I'm glad you were here, Darth, to see it. Actually, while we're here, I'm gonna Google that. I'm gonna see if I can find Genesis controller. I don't think it's called silicone parts. I found a picture that it's just like a cardboard box full of Genesis controllers. Darth, you don't have a retro game store near you? If you had a retro game store near you, you could maybe get some. Ah, Genesis replacement parts tools. That's funny. It says Genesis controller replacement game pads, only $100. That's such a ripoff. What the hell? Look at this. They're charging $100 for just silicone pads for Genesis. That's they sold 123. I don't believe that. They sold 123. I don't believe that. They're lying. That is weird. You know what's weird? That's the only listing I've seen for that. Everything else is just like motherboard parts, heat shield, the cartridge slots, screws, the connector ports, batteries. Ooh, 15 broken Sega controllers. That's what I want. Yeah, check that out. 15 defective, broken Sega controllers. Only $28. Those are third party, or there's some first party in that pile. But that's funny. At least it's not like graded or priced for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yeah, that could be worse. They could put it in a plastic case and grade it. I'm not finding anything. Oh. Have you checked Etsy? I'm on Etsy right now. I'm seeing mostly games. I'm seeing like the shells for the console. I see just straight up. I think you're gonna have to just buy another controller. But yeah, I'm not finding anything. Alright, saving game data. You can get these from Retrobit. Retrobit, I think, is an official Sega Genesis controller seller or something. Alright. Okay, now we can go to episode 2. Normal or hard? We're going to do normal. Yeah, so those are like official, maybe. So yeah, you can get the 6-button classic. The transparent blue one is nice too, but I've never used one, so I can't say whether it's good or not, but I think they're legit, maybe. You check it out. So it's 15 bucks. If you find one cheaper, then go for that, but... No, I think it's weird. I thought it would be easier to replace those things. Apparently not. So yeah, I've never done it myself, so I didn't know. That's interesting. Play the quest, download to your hard disk. No. We can't do any quests yet because I think we have to talk to somebody. Gotta go. Where where we need to go. Go to the lab. That's weird. So the NES and Super Nintendo ones are easy to find? You can find the silicone pens on eBay for 6-button controllers. Yeah, which controller do you have, Darth? Do you have the And do you need to replace it for the D-pad? I don't think the D-pad on the 3-button or 6-button is different, but I don't know. Impressive. We will see how you do in your next VR field. Good luck. Designed a tempo feel was really fun, but it really creative in the process. It may be a bit too difficult for you. It was built for real combat training. Okay, so it's supposed to be simulations, basically, everything in episode 2, but something happens where real things enter the simulation. There's a teleporter on the surface here. You may not use this until the chief gives her permission. Stay away. Looks like you're doing pretty well. Chief was very pleased with your performance. Her assistant Dan didn't look happy. Don't worry about it. He's just jealous. Good luck on the next round. I guess we'll try the temple. The B button. Okay, so you want to replace the B button. Okay. This is the lab. Please select the information you would like to receive. I don't need any. Ooh, look at those water effects. Gorgeous. Okay. Well, hopefully you're able to find that. Everything's so disposable now. People are like, oh, it's broken, just buy a new one. We'll go this way. Well, this might be out of your price range, but I can show you what I have that I love. Made by Retro Fighters. And it's a Saturn controller and a Genesis controller. So you can use it for both. Let me... And it's literally like the best controller. Oh, they're out of stock. They have the USB one, but they don't. Are you using a real? Are you using a real console, or are you playing on your PC? Oh, USB. Oh, great. Okay, so they have the USB one. Actually, no. They look. Oh, the USB one is cheaper. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I thought it was more expensive than this. Okay, so this is the one I have. I have the one that is a little different. It has the Genesis Saturn plug on. But this one's awesome. And it's super comfortable. The buttons are great, and it has an analog on it for Saturn games. But you could also use the analog for shooter games on the Genesis, which would be a lot of fun. and it plugs into USB. You could use it on the Switch if you ever get a Switch. So I recommend getting... I have multiple Retro Fighter... I think I have like 5 or 6 Retro Fighter controllers. I need a sponsorship from them. Because I love their controllers. I have their Switch controller, their N64, their Dreamcast controller, their Saturn controller, their NES controller. I have all their controllers. Top quality. So I recommend that one if you're interested. If you have to buy a new one. And I don't know if you play Saturn games, but that will future-proof it for you if you ever need to play Saturn games. Yes! I love the... I recommend all their controllers, so good. The last one I got recently is this one, and I love it to death. This is for the Switch, and you could also use it on the PC. It could read Amiibo, it has Rumble, it has Gyroscope for $30. It has all the function of a $70 Switch Pro controller, but for only $30. And I love it to death. It's so good. So I'm like, well, I do not want to be spending $70 on a controller. That's the most ridiculous thing. That controller's $30. It does all the things the Pro controller does, and then some. It would be cool if they make an original Xbox controller, because then I might be tempted to grab one. Because I'm using just a Hyperkin third-party original Xbox controller. It works. It's fine. I would like something else, a little more modern, maybe. Who knows if they'll do that. They recently just announced they're making a PS1 controller. I think it's compatible with PS2 as well. So that's a big deal, because that was the only console they haven't touched. They made controllers for all the other consoles, but nothing Sony. This will be their first one. Wait, I missed one of the touchpad thingies. Oh, here we go. Yeah, and I bought that controller specifically for Metroid Dread. I was like, I need a really good controller to play. Also, I didn't have a way to like read Amiibo because my Joy-Con are dead. I was like, I need a controller that can read Amiibo, but I don't want to spend $70 on a... I forgot what the boss is for the ruins here. What is this place called? It's not the ruins. Alright, lurk away. No problem. But yeah, I don't think... Yeah, so I think I beat this area. But I kind of want to just play through it anyway, that I'll level up, and then we could try to fight through the spaceship. Oh! I feel like I'm OP. I'm just murdering everything. Yeah, if you notice the music, it was do 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 do. That was the music from the dungeons of the first Phantasy Star game. So I thought that was a cute little homage that they did right there. I was wondering, I was like, that sounds familiar. What was that tune from? I want to replay through the first Phantasy Star. I think I might stream that at some point. Let's see if the mag is hungry. Full atomizer. And I get squished. I didn't get squished. Alright, good. Which one did you go for? You went for the Retro Fighters one? Oh, you went for the Retro Bit. Okay. Clear blue one? Yeah, the clear blue one is pretty though. Oh, Amazon Prime. Okay, cool. I'm severely overpowered. I'm just murdering everything in this world. So it would be cheaper overall. Okay. Yeah, these graphics remind me of Panzer Dragoon. Doesn't this level design kind of look like Panzer Dragoon a little bit? Ow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, forward. Alright. Going this way? Uh-oh, eggplant. Yeah, it is very pretty. I love transparent plastics, transparent like colors and stuff. And that was really popular in the 90s, and then it just stopped. Like, what happened? So, I know it's a lot of third parties make them, but a lot of the officials don't. Like, official Nintendo, Sega, Saturn, Sega, Sony, Microsoft, they don't really do transparent colors, right? Hey, hi Chauncey, welcome. We beat the boss for episode 1, and we're going through episode 2 right now. Hype, hype, hype. It does set it apart for now. You're not gonna say, hey, I can't find my controller. You're gonna see it right away. No, color. And went to bed early. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. That if I go to sleep at like 8 p.m. or 9 p.m., I'm up at like 3, 4 in the morning. I'm like completely up. I'm like, oh fuck. So I know how that is. My sleep schedule is all screwed, so I'll stream. And so it's always interesting to see who pops in. You know? Yep, Night Owl height. Do we go here? No, I got frozen. Independent Tron, yeah, maybe. But I just always like the night better. I don't know. I'm just naturally nocturnal. Problem is the world functions during the day, so that's what makes it difficult. And 90 hype. Independent contractor 1090 hype. Miscellaneous. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to deal with a shitty boss. Aren't all bosses shitty? Inventory's full. Oh, so many doors to go through. One. Oh, we have to bring this bridge up. Oh, well, that was easy. Oh, face that way. Oh. Need new glasses or a new prescription? New frames. You should get like blue transparent plastic frames. I almost did that once, but I didn't. I kind of want to. I'm nearsighted, so I don't need to wear the glasses, but like everything looks HD whenever I wear them. But I kind of wanted like light blue or like aqua blue, like plastic transparent. I think it would look cool. You gotta look cute. Ow. Yeah, I look smart. You're blind? I would have never known. Your eyesight looks like is on point during your stream. Alright, BRB. One bad eye. Also, when you get your frames, like one lens is different than the other. One lens is stronger than the other. Wow, Aaron, I didn't know that. Hey, Nar! Party of 9. Oh, hype, hype, hype. Welcome. What were you playing? Ah, more Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, huh? Nar, hype. Welcome, Raiders. But yeah, D&D game. Yeah, it sounds pretty rough. You're probably wishing you had picked another game, right? Does it have a password system? You could always like, put it in the back burner and go back to it. Why is this wall not breaking? I had surgery when I was 4 or 5, so I can out of it now, but it isn't perfect. Having surgery that young must have been like traumatizing, but at least you're able to see somewhat through it. They're saving? Okay, well they're saving. But I'm sure you just want to plow through it, but like, I don't know, maybe you can switch up games for a while. Had a nerve kill part of my eyesight. Never be the same. I wonder if like with stem cells, they're able to recreate like optic nerves. I don't know if that's a thing. But they're always advancing with that stuff. You have to control the players horrendous. What's wrong with the controls? Anything where you have to control players, right? Not really a normal RPG. You pick a class, then you have to some missions, and that's pretty much it. I love being the robot, the android, because I can't get poisoned. So he could try to shoot poison at me all he wants, and he's laughing. It's like, you can't poison me. And look, even just standing still because I'm an android, I heal. So I'm just gonna stand here. Can't poison me, and I'm healing. Fighting is terrible. It's probably why I hated needles for my... Oh, yeah, needles near the eye. It creeps me out, too. I'm over it now. I don't remember the surgery anymore. Oh, well, at least you're not traumatized by it. Doctor, I said video games are the only reason I have good hand-eye coordination. Interesting. Wow, so video games have saved you. You see? There's a good thing about video games. Hand-eye coordination, height. Yes. Video game coordination, height. You have to ride a horse and make it jump over obstacles, and the horse never listens. The game got bad horse AI. That's interesting. I'm gonna shoot this plant through these columns here. Get it? Got it. Everything is really delayed. It's hard to explain, but I swear it feels like the game just refuses to listen to the player. And you're playing on the original cartridge, right? So it's not an emulation issue. Video games are too good. Yeah, they're healthy for you. It's like vitamins. Man, if I use my right eye to play video games, it would be legally blind. Interesting, okay. The game issue and it sucks. Well, that's the sucky part about doing that NES challenge. In case some viewers don't know, Nar is planning on beating every NES game. And what number are you up to? 200 and something? And unfortunately, doing that means you have to play the really bad ones. 230, okay. But yeah, the NES is my favorite console. I love it, but there's some games that are so bad that I would never purposely play. I can't believe he's beaten 230 games already. I have not. There are games I've played since my childhood that I've never beaten. Like, I've never beaten Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And yet, I don't know if anyone follows Spitfire, but Spitfire has never played any, had never played it before. He picked it up and beat it, like, so quickly. And I'm like, I've been trying for, like, 30 years to beat that game. And you just picked it up and breezed through it. You would black out trying to play that. He's not playing it all in one sitting, though. That would be bad. Imagine trying to beat every NES game ever made in, like, one stream. Actually, that's a good idea, Nar. Maybe you should do that. Speed run the entire NES library. How fast? Watch, that's gonna be a thing. How fast can you beat the entire NES library? Oh, my inventory's full. That would be really fun. And then you have to start with Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. All in order, yep. Oh, imagine playing through Athena. I don't know if you've beaten that game yet, but Athena, I couldn't even beat with save states. Like, I was playing through it on the SNK collection. Oh, that's rough. I think I was stuck on the last level because it's just so random. There's so many enemies coming all over the place. It's just terrible. That last level. Like, but to even get to that part without save states, like, I don't know how you would play that. I'm gonna sell all this shit. We might keep this weapon. I'm gonna hold on. 300 hours of baseball. Oh yeah, is that how long it takes an NES baseball? One of those baseball games. Doesn't that take like forever? It's on the list, we'll get to it eventually. Oh, Athena is rough. Really rough. Just beating the first boss is rough. If Nar did that, I would have to start praying for him because that's a lot. 300 hours in baseball, what's the average a week? Oh my god, yeah, he has to beat bases loaded 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, that's gonna be rough. I don't even know what I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say to that. Full seasons. So like 4 full seasons. Or 180. Oh, sports games on the NES is rough because like what is that supposed to be? You have to like squint your eyes and like what's that supposed to be? But it's better than sports games on the Atari, you know, that was really rough. Yeah, Aaron's the baseball person. Wait, I'm lost. This way. There should be a door. Uh-oh, eggplant. Damn mosquitoes. Wait. This door should open now. There we go. I think these graphics still look good. Look at that sunset. Isn't that pretty? Again, these graphics look like Panzer Dragoon. Hello. There we go. Ooh, final boss time. I don't remember who the boss is. Oh, this guy. They recycled this boss from episode 1. He's just they changed his look a little bit. Is the same boss. And they made it daytime. They changed the settings. They changed the setting a little bit, and they changed the way he looks, but it's the same fight. Oh, I hate these things. That's different. Yeah, they changed up his attack. Where is he? Oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. He's shooting through the floor. Run, people. Run. Oh, I thought he was gonna come stab me. He didn't. But yeah, they did change him up though. Ooh. Oh, come on. Where is he? Oh. Oh no. I think we're doing pretty good. But I'm technically OP for this fight. It's just like a little tedious. Get it. The next area, the spaceship, that's the tough one. Alright, run. Did I do it? Is he dead? He's dead. GG's. Nice. Oh, I can't grab any of this stuff. Doesn't seem to be anything that great anyway. And nothing great. Oh, wait a minute. It's just a handgun. Okay, we need to go to, They don't have access to quests? I guess we have to beat the spaceship first. Yeah, no. I guess we have to beat the spaceship. Okay, we'll do that. Or so. Let's sell stuff. Sell oil. Actually, deposit whatever this weapon is. Change this back to mono meat. Ow. Hate these guys. Move around so much. Oh, this guy. Got him. That guy's usually way tougher. Oh, lights are off. There's the light switch. There's the light switch. I am super focused. Oh, these. Yeah, and also let me know how that controller is. You should do like a full review of it. I am curious how it... you're dual watching. You're multitasking. What's cool about Phantasy Star Online is it's very Star Wars like, especially when you there are lightsabers in this game. See, there are lightsabers. The default one is green, and then you can get blue, red, and purple. Like this is like the strongest one. I think is the purple one. I think it goes green, then blue, then red, then purple, and then maybe yellow. I forgot. It goes. There's like a tier system of this one. Uh-oh, am I trapped? I need one more thing to open that door. Yeah, this is just like a game that I just always jump back into. I just play a bunch of other stuff and I just jump back into like PSO. One of my games. Yeah, so yeah, you can get this either the Dreamcast one, or the GameCube one, or the original Xbox. It's up to you. If you want to play online with other people, I think the best one to get is the GameCube one, because you can play that on your Wii, and if you have your Wii modded, you could play online on custom servers. So if you ever wanted to try that, I would join you. That would... For me, I don't know why, I just like playing offline. But, because you can't play this version online because of the Xbox thing, they're offline. And then the Dreamcast, there are custom Dreamcast servers, but you need to buy a Retro Pi that's modded, and it turns in, they call it a Dream Pi. And then that will emulate the 56K modem. And I've been wanting to get one of those, but it's sold out. But that's one way to do it. And then there is the PC version, which doesn't run for me because I have bad luck with PC games. So it's available many different ways. And I would love for this to come to Switch. Come on, Sega, make it happen. But yeah, there's a lot of options for PSO. You just ran around in circles. Oh wait. Where are we going? Okay. This door is locked. Oh. Oh no. Oh. There we go. Oh, it's like, why is the door not unlocking? How can I go through? Oh, more. Oh, jeez, this thing. Got it. Alright. Here we go now. Uh-oh, they're separating. Did. Okay. I thought this might be the teleporter. Second one. I don't have to fight these guys. Oh! Oh no. There we go. Open the door. No. Uh-oh. Slow down. Alright. But crap. Okay, that did a little damage. Yeah, these guys hit hard. There we go. Another one of those tank things are gonna pop up. Oh, two of them. Oh no. Uh-oh. Thing is, those have very limited range. So if they shoot, if you back up enough, they'll just explode and it won't hit you. I'm gonna run to the other side. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Got him. Whew. Okay, good. Area. How's my mag do? We'll give it. I guess we'll. Ow! I'm out of health stuff. Ooh. Good. Uh-oh, lights off. Hit switch. Welcome back, Ken. We are currently in the dark. Hit the light switch. No. Go that way. Can't see what I'm shooting, but I'm shooting it. Oh. I should switch guns. Ow! Not good. Oh no. Okay. Let's heal ourselves. So. Oops. We want to ID. I don't remember what the boss for the space station looks like, but once we beat the boss for the spaceship, this will unlock the third area, which I don't even remember what it's like, but that would be fun to check out. Oops. Oh, I gotta wait for this to run out. Oh good, it ran out. Oh no. Got him. Boxes kind of look like Xbox. Guy's stuck in the corner. Uh-oh. Let's see if we got a better shield. No, we didn't. Oh. Uh-oh. If I can freeze him. luckily I was able to steal right there. Yeah, I'm still up. I want to see if I can get to the boss of it. I think I've been going like 5 hours. So. I think it stopped raining. Did it stop raining? Because it was raining like all day yesterday. Alright. Yeah, all last night it was raining. Oh. It's annoying. Oh, that helped. Ow. Oh. Got him. Armor. I was hoping I would get like a cool new weapon or something. I think that won't happen until the next. There we go. Got him. Oh. Looking here. Well, that's not good. No. Ooh, level 28. Oh. Ow. There we go. Oh, okay, whatever that purple thing was, it was bringing down my health. And then by hitting that switch, it turned it off. I was wondering what that did. Why is everything, like, thinking? Hey, hi Lukey, how are you? Yeah, I'm up late. How are you doing? My sleep schedule's all screwed, so I was like, might as well stream. No, you. Echo the dolphin power. Oh yeah, for me it's 5:28 a.m. I need help, so we're gonna have to leave. I usually stay out till 5 a.m. my time. Yeah, it's just I'm naturally nocturnal, so I guess maybe we're the same way. But what's cool about streaming and Twitch and all that stuff, you get to meet a lot of other cool people that are also nocturnal. Any items? No. Take. Oh, let's check out what this auto gun is. Oh, you've been compared to me by Kev. It's like, oh, you're a vampire like John. I'm sure he said that. That's funny. Yeah. He's a complete opposite. He gets up super early, goes to sleep at a reasonable hour and shit. So that's why I always make fun of him. It was like, you miss my streams. Like, stream at normal times. Need these auto guns. See, enough this. Primate, I'll keep. Little atomizer, I'll keep. Auto gun, I don't need it. Are these good? Oh, I shouldn't have sold that. HP, 10 points to HP, that was pretty good. Grab Automized. Telepie stuff. 10 p.m. dev time for him. I thought it was earlier than that. I've seen him go to sleep earlier than that. Yeah, they incorporated it pretty nicely, and you listen to it, it's like, wait a minute, I know what this is. So yeah, I like the incorporation of the original music. Ow. Gotta run around, wait for this to run out. Aha, a warp. Oh! Okay, final boss time. So we're gonna put a telepipe here because I end up dying. I don't remember what this boss is. Oh, what the fuck? A dragon. It's a xenomorph. Oh. Oh, where is it? I should. Oh. You gotta get when he slams down, he brings up the ground. You can't be where he's slams down. Oh, now he's shooting fireballs. Oh no. Ugh. Maybe I should do melee attacks? Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. There we go. Yeah, so I can't shoot him when he's in the air. The targeting is... Oh, run! Run! Oh, alright. Is he dead? I couldn't attack him. Are you gonna do second form or something? Because the Buster seems to be doing the best damage. Oh, he's changing up his attack. I think I'm gonna stick with the Buster unless he's like far away and I could. Oh, 3 of them! What the hell? Oh, only one of them you can attack, I think. Or... I don't know what the heck's going on now. Oh. Yeah, this one you can't... Oh. I can't see anything. My attacks are not connecting. What I'm gonna do is back up and just range shots. Yeah, I think only one is real. But all of a sudden my melee attacks are not connecting, so I'm gonna try to do range. It seems I can attack all of them, so I'm not sure which one's the real one or if it matters. I think that I keep getting. Oh, alright. Run! Run! Oh, he's cloning himself again. I got rid of one of them. I did it! GG's! Ugh. Yay! Whew. The camera is like super low right now. I think the camera broke. Easy. I'm pretty high powered. I'm level 28, so I think that's why. And my weapons are pretty strong, but like if I was a few levels lower, I don't think I would have been able to beat that. Oh, I love that, the Sega. Where did you get that? But I love that. That's a good idea for an emote. Oh, and yeah, anyone who's not subbed to me, if you guys haven't seen my emotes, I will show you. So this was my first ever emote. This is my green toad. And then, I love Psyduck. It's my favorite Pokemon, so that's Psyduck. And I love anything green, so there's a Shy Guy. You know, the 1UP was my first emote. And also Kid Dracula, because they always call me Fire. Yeah, those are my emotes. Hype, hype, hype. And let's see what she has to say. After you talk to her, it should unlock the next area. Ranger 1UpJohn, congratulations! You have passed the exam. We couldn't have asked for a better result. We've decided to assign you to a new point. It's located on a solitary island in the waters south of the Central Dome. We call it Galdeval. You will be going to Galdeval Island to begin your mission. One more thing. You need to find a man. Deputy Commander Heathcliff Flaunen. He's one of the military's most famous heroes. He is the one who sent the message we intercepted. However, he has been officially announced dead. We need you to find out whether he is alive and report back. And one more thing. The operator you worked with during your hunter's exam has been assigned to be your operator in this new mission. Hope it goes well. Alright. Finally meet face to face. I'm Ellie. To be honest with you, that hunter's exam also had another purpose. It's used to match a hunter with a compatible operator. And that means that I still get to be your operator. Aren't you glad? Oh yeah, look at this. What you see is the real Callus. He's the lab's newest AL system. I worked with him during the exam, but I never got to interface with him. But now, I can't believe they let a rookie like me touch the main terminal. Now I get to talk to him all I want. It's great. Anyway, let's see. The chief went over the basic details of the mission with you, right? According to the data connected by the auto reconnaissance device, architecture from our civilization, meaning from Pioneer 1, was discovered on Galdeval Island. The structures are very large, which is unusual since they're so far away from the central dome, which most of the residential areas are. None of the data sent from Pioneer 1 shows any record of this. Same with the underground mining site on Burgal. There must have been a reason that they kept this hidden. Cal will continue an on-site scan. It's the same communication terminal from the VR field. So cute. Oh. I will restate your mission. Investigate and report finding on Galdeval Island. Search for Deputy Commander Heathcliff Frownman. That's it. When you collect data during your mission at Galdeval, you may transfer them here to access Cal on site. So that's basically the whole mission. Okay. Get to the VR field, go down the slope, turn right, and go through the yellow gate. Then you'll see a teleporter. Good luck. Alright. What's this guy? Ellie, she was only recently assigned to the lab. We are a little bit worried about her, but it's an official decision, so oh well. Games crashed on you 3 hours into the stream. What game? Guardians of the Galaxy? Well, the Avengers game was kind of glitchy like that too, right? And then they released patches and then it got better. You were gonna end and rage you, but it cut me off. I thought you were going to sleep. I didn't know you did a stream. That's funny. No problem. Well, yeah, it was secret. It was a secret stream. But I'm sorry the game crashed on you. It didn't crash during a mission, right? Like, did you have to do something over again, or...? Jungle area, mountain area, seaside area. Lab. Alright, I guess let's go to the jungle area. I love these graphics. Don't these graphics look good? From 20 years ago. It literally crashed right at the checkpoint I was going to save at. Just reloaded it to make sure, and it was still there and saved. Oh, okay. Well, it chose to crash at a good time, I guess. Doesn't this look like something Poison Ivy would make? So like these like plant monster thingies. What's funny, yeah, if you start shooting it, it'll get scared and run away, and then I kind of feel bad for continuing to shoot it. Oh, it killed the monkey thing. Uh-oh. Oh, there's 3 directions. Where do we go? Alright, let's go this way. I don't think we need to access. Oh, that was weird. The graphic didn't render, so he looked like a ghost. Alright. I was watching DMic play it earlier. There seems to be a lot of humor. There's like quick time events, lots of dialogue. I noticed that there's a lot of they're always fighting. There's a lot of bickering. Yeah, do you notice any differences between the Guardians of the Galaxy versus Avengers? It seems like it's there's a lot more dialogue, I think, right? Shooting at me. Oh. I use oh, need you have to attack multiple enemies. Yeah, I'll check out your VOD. I want to see that game crash. we're going to a different jungle area. Like, just heal me? Yes. Some barrier. Can I take this? No. Welcome back, Lukey. Quite funny when it crashes. Are you playing on PC? A PC game crashing? How unheard of. I have yet to find a weapon that's effective against these guys. Kind of annoying. About... Oh, that worked. They were using this gun then. Ooh, I would like a cup of tea or coffee or something. Yeah, at some point I will end this stream eventually. I don't know when. When I get tired or bored, that's when I'll end this stream. Well, I woke up at like, I think it was like 8 or 9 p.m. today. Like, again, my schedule's completely backward. So like I woke up at like 7, 8, or 9 p.m. So I've been up for, yeah, I know. Like, I stay up watching people's streams. That's what's doing it. I do know a lot of good people that stream really late. That's really good. Well, yeah, you're not sleeping much then. So, but like, I usually like to sleep like a full, like, 6 to 8 hours. So. Okay, you don't need a lot of sleep. Okay, I usually, you know... Everyone's different, though. Some people can function fine on, small amount of sleep. No, I'm trapped. Oh. Wait, I'm not trapped. Okay. Why can't I shoot this? That's really weird. That was a glitch. Yeah, oh no, step bro, I'm stuck. What is that? Oh! Making traps around here. Okay, I'm lost. Where am I going? Yep. Oh, invisible monsters now? What was that? Oh. I can't see. Alright, lurk away. Oh, got him. Not expecting that. What's this warp? Oh, this is how I got to this area. Okay. I hope we don't have to do another one of those invisible things. Oh, I remember this. I remember this. It's like a tree boss here or something. Oh, this thing. It's a giant flower. Oh no. Maybe I could set a trap. I'll put an ice thing. Oh. Great. That helped. Why is a croak like a frog? That is really weird. Uh-oh. They're doing that. Oh, it's dead. GG's. All right. It is gonna keep spawning? All right. Another one. Let's see if we can feed this thing. Full atomizer. Okay, yeah, so I think we gotta find all of these in all the areas. So this is one. Now we need to go to the mountain. Oh. I can call the dolphin, but I feel like I should save it. Oh no, I was not expecting that. Not good. Oh. There we go. Might have to telepipe out of here. Ain't low on inventory. Can I break through this? Oh, I want that HP material. See if I can drop something. Rifle 2 I don't need. Slicer I don't need. Big item. Use that here. Oh, they got more. How can we go? Yes, it's open. Or is this way open? Oh, wait a minute. Oh. Oh no, this guy. You know what? I'm gonna use the dolphin on him. Because I don't like that guy. Echo height. Oh, did I waste it? I might have wasted it because he moved. Epic fail. Oh no, I think it did hit him. Alright. He wouldn't have died that easily. Oh. Yeah, you get really good, you can shoot from really far away with the rifle, and it has pretty good accuracy. Guy hanging out over there. Can't go through there yet. Oh. More of these monkeys. Too many monkeys. All right. More? Oh my. Geez, they don't stop. Need that stuff. I will open the path. I go back. Nice, 2 levels. The mountain's a little confusing because like the map shows you, but then there's places the map doesn't. Alright, warp. Uh-oh. Boss. I think. Oh. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh. Buster would be good because... Oh. Oh, oh. 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 Oh, I died. No. That guy is tough. How are we supposed to be? He just comes charging and just keeps hitting and hitting. My inventory's full. Let's. Oh. Oh, let's check with these mystery items. At least the game didn't crash. No, it doesn't crash. You know why? It's on a console. Console games. Well, console games crash. I mean, look at Cyberpunk. Yeah, for Cyberpunk, the PC version ran the best, didn't it? You know, they still plan on putting out a next-gen version, or current-gen now, of Cyberpunk. And I'm like, why bother? Why? They're gonna do it. Oh. That's crazy. Yeah, they're still working on it. They let people know they're still working on it. And I'm like, why? What's the point? There are a lot of people that waited. They were gonna wait for the next gen version, but after everything that happened, are they still actually going to invest money in that? They're gonna charge like, would somebody really spend $70 on a PS5 version of Cyberpunk? I mean, well, at least all the enemies didn't respawn. That's what's nice about this. They didn't respawn. So what I'll do is right near where boss is, I'll just put a how do I break this? Right near the boss door, I'll put a telepipe. Walk all this. Going this way? We're going this way. Grab this stuff. Yeah, we're going the right way. There we go. Yes, I froze him. Let's try to do that again. Nice. Oh. When I see a game of the year, promise me that it costs $10, upgrade isn't free. Yeah. Sony is doing that with their first-party games, where like, wasn't it like Hero Horizon Dawn or whatever the hell that game is called? Oh no, it was Sekiro. Isn't it Sekiro? Where they, yeah, we got him. With Sekiro, like at first they said, oh, you know, the game will be upgraded for free, and then now they're charging people money, $10 or something, or I don't know, there was something going on with that. They might have backtracked on it. I didn't follow it too closely, but it was something about that. People were pissed that it was no longer a free next-gen upgrade, even though they promised that it's in writing, or whatever. They put out a statement saying they were going to do it. If you spend the money, it should be free if it's backwards compatible. Well, like, yeah, I don't really... They have their reasons behind all that. Yeah, so a Guardians of the Galaxy upgrade. So what does that mean? Are you playing on PC? So how would you get an upgrade. You're playing on the PS4. So then they want you to pay $10 to upgrade to the PS5 version? Okay. So that's interesting. Yeah, some places are doing yeah, it's controversial because some games you get a free upgrade and some games you have to pay $10. But yeah, so not all upgrades are free. Yeah, it's a $60 game. But think about it, if it was the PS5 version, it would be $70. So that is probably why they're charging you $10 extra, right? Think about it. If it was on PS5, it would be $70. So you gotta squeeze that $10 extra out of you. Why do you think they raised the price to $70, right? To squeeze people out of more money. I love this area. Look at these graphics. Again, 20 years ago. Oh my god, there's so many of these guys. There's no new game plus. So yeah, what is the point? So let's say I'm gonna spend $60 on this game on a PS4. And then I'm gonna beat the game. And then like when I get a PS5 later on, you're not gonna play the game again. So what's the point of paying that $10 extra, right? And to not have a new game plus, that is kind of weird. They definitely don't want you to play the game again, I guess. The game does have replay value if it's playing on a newer system. Yeah. Hey, whoa, Combat King, grade of 18. Welcome. How are you doing? Welcome, Raiders. Hype, hype, hype. The Combat King. Comic Zone. I played the GBA version. That game is tough. Doesn't it like zoom in on the screen? But I played the GBA version. And that version was only released in Europe, which is weird. But yeah, how did you like it compared to the original Genesis version? It sucked. Yeah, the screen ratio is just off. There's something off about that. It's cool to have it on the Game Boy Advance though, but it's yeah. But that game is rough no matter how you play it. Comic Zone. But yeah, welcome Raiders. Welcome everyone. We beat episode 1. Hey, thank you, the Mansta, for the follow. We beat episode 1, and so now we're playing through episode 2. The game is so great. Some folks got me playing this online. Yes! Yes. Oh, hi Jace. Welcome back. Yeah, I like playing all versions of PSO because I'm crazy, but yes. So the GameCube one is great on the Wii. You can play it online with people, yes. I'm playing this on the original Xbox as a novelty because I'm in Xbox mode. But yeah, so unfortunately you can't play this online. There are some people that are messing with Xbox Live. I think can you play Halo? The original Halo? There's some things you can play, not this one yet. But I would be very happy if this one got online somehow. Because I have modded my original Xbox. To be able to run whatever private servers if they make one for this. Hey, thank you 8-Bit Jace for the host. I appreciate it. I never got to play it back in its prime. Oh, well, I played it on the Dreamcast. I remember dialing up, using dial-up to play online. And I have nostalgia for this, so that's why I like to play it. I'll play it on GameCube, I'll play it on Dreamcast, I'll play it on Xbox. whatever. So, but yeah, it's kind of fun. I don't know, like, do you think people can come back to this and get into it? Like, I always wanted this to be ported to Switch. I think that would be great. I think it would do well. Imagine this online. Make it exclusive to the Switch Online service. There you go. Also, have you tried the N64 games? I think they play well. Some people are complaining about Ocarina of Time not playing very well, but I've been playing through it, and I think the emulation's pretty good. I've been playing Win Back and Yoshi's Story, Dr. Mario. They all play well. I played a little bit of Mario 64. That played fine. I haven't checked out too much of the Genesis games on there. I played Musha. That's the one I checked out. Oh, these things. But yeah, if you ever are playing PSO on your Wii, you know, I will jump in. Because I don't know, is that good to play with random people? I think it would be good to play against with people you know. I don't like invisible enemies. What are those things? Giant meatballs? Playing with a streamer called King of Space. Just met the dude. Oh, well, I will check that out. It would be cool to get a clan together. Like, I don't know, yeah, because a lot of people are playing it, but I don't know people that are playing it. So it would be cool to kind of figure that out. What the hell is that thing? No, okay, wait, let me get machine. Wants a large group? Oh, well, okay. That's... sounds good. I will look that up. Yeah, like I'm so into this game that I make different characters and just play it over again. So it really changes up the gameplay, considering if you play as a hunter, a ranger, or a force. It really changes up. So my character right now is a ranger, but it's an android ranger. So he doesn't get poisoned, which is nice. You can see traps. If I stand still, I automatically start healing. But unfortunately, you can't use magic, which is the techniques. But you can use these traps. They're very helpful. Need to go to bed. Alright, well, thank you for the raid. You get a good night rest. And thanks for the info. I'm gonna go check out True King of Space. Oops, I don't think I wanted to go back to the jungle. Yeah, you too. Oh, we had to... Did it. You unlock the security lock in each area. We've confirmed that the main gate is unlocked. You should be able to enter the facility. Be careful and stay alert. It's probably be more dangerous inside than it was outside. Okay, so let's sell some stuff. first. But we might be able, I don't remember what the next area is. We might be able to get straight to the final boss. Oh, I don't want to sell that evade material. That. I don't need this at all. Alright, we're gonna check out where this place. Not go through there. So how do we get to this area? Because will they show up here? It didn't show up here before. Oh! The gate is opening. Okay. Oh, this guy. Uh-oh. Two of them. Got him. Okay. All right. Yeah, I really like the graphics. You can see the island there, and you can see like the lightning effects. I remember being completely wowed by this. Wow, look at them graphics. Oh. Oh, don't hit me. Oh. Yeah, it's tough because it's a very small area. So, like, they're all like clustered, like, in one area and just stuck me in the corner there. But luckily, we were not that far in, so it's not like we have to backtrack a lot. I'm gonna put down a telepipe, so we have to. I'll put one. Oh. There we go. Yeah, freezing really helps. Oh, there's another one. There's two of them. Oh, there's just too many. Oh. Oh, that was rough. Whew. We got through it. What? More? No. Alright, I think that was it. Yeah, I really don't like these guys, and they're just gonna be spamming them. I'm just trying to get away. Get all of them? There's gonna be more. Yep. Oh no. Where is he? Oh, where is he? Oh. Got him. Is that it? That's it. Okay. What happened to my weapon? Made me drop my weapon. That's really weird. I don't know if, oh, confusion does work on them. Oh, it looks like the final boss is here. I don't know if this is the final boss or just goes to that tower in the back over there. Yes, this is the lab. Please select the information you want to... No, it's not. The cliffs. Baladar. Oh. That thing's nightmare fuel. What is that? It's like an owl dragon thing. Rare Pokemon. Oh, ow! Oh, he shoots tornadoes. Oh, that's not good. Come here and fight me. Can't see. Hi, D-Nick. Good morning, night. Yeah, I started streaming late, like around midnight. Oh. Oh. Am I dead? Oh, I'm not dead. I'm fighting an owl dragon thing. Oh, this weapon is not good at all. Let's try the Buster. This weapon's not great either. A little better. What the lock? No, I noticed all my weapons are like kind of weak against it. But run, run. Oh, 2s and 5s. Whoa. Yeah. Oh, I'm dead. There must be something that you do. I don't know. My weapons are super, super weak against it for some reason. We're gonna give it another shot. Yeah, D-Nick, Carl Rocco's just finished streaming Guardians of the Galaxy 2. His game crashed on him. He's playing the PS4 version. If there's any like new armor I can get. Get a hyper frame. Attack power by 7. The one that I have is attack power by 8. So I don't... I'll hold on to that. Oh, that solid frame. I think we're good. Gonna put a telepipe right in front of boss door so we don't have to walk through this. But there has to be a trick, because there has to be a reason why weapons don't do that much damage against it. Or maybe they just did that to try to make the boss harder. Or like maybe they don't want you to fight the boss yet. They want you to grind a little. I don't know, we'll see. Like there's either a trick or we just gotta get stronger weapons. Oh good, my mag gave me attack and defense buffs. Ow. Can't see. Maybe I could... Oh, I can't use my traps. Great, I was freezing. Oh, his head. That's why his wings and his feet don't take damage. His head. Yeah, but good luck trying to get a good shot at the head. Here we go. Ow. What? But he's tired, taking advantage of him being tired. Ow! Trample right over me. Oh! But what's good about this is I don't think you have to start over. I think it keeps the damage that you gave to him when you die and when you go back. So that's the good thing. I don't think that you have to start from the beginning. I think he keeps the damage. I'm not positive about that. There we go. Oh, the face, the face. No, the face. No. Oh, it's at a weird angle. There we go. Oh. Yeah, that's insta-death for me when he does that. I gotta see, like, the moment he's ready to do that, I need to get out the way. Like... Yeah, that's what I have to do. Just back away when he does that. Oh. I'm stuck. I can't see. I couldn't see. Oh, I'm stuck in the corner here. And he's gonna land now. Get out the way. Okay. Ow. So I think we're doing better now. At least I get to know his patterns. Get out the way. Oh, okay, good. That didn't get me full impact though. I feel like I'm playing Monster Hunter right now. Yeah, that's why I kind of like Monster Hunter. That's why I like Monster Hunter, because it reminded me of PSO, like when I first got into Monster Hunter. There's a weirdest angle, right? Run! Oh! Ugh, that was not good. We can do it. There's no way to avoid that. Pretty sure about that. Can't see. Gonna land. Get out the way. All right. Oh. Back away. No, I was trying to aim for his head. Get out the way. Okay. Okay, he should crash land right here. Perfect. Oh no, not good. Oh, I have to wait for it to run out. He doesn't do that attack all the time, so I forgot about it. But get out the way! Oh. But at least it didn't get me full impact. And it's not good to be shooting him from up there, his attacks keep missing. Okay, he's gonna land here. Good, they didn't get me. I'm stuck. Get out the way. I'm just gonna run because he's gonna do that attack thing and. Alright, good. That's what I'm gonna do. Like, if the camera angle is all messed up and I can't aim at his head, I'm just gonna run. Don't chance it. Oh, his head. No. Ugh. Yeah, it's just tough to get a clear shot with this. Oh. Run, run. Oh. I'm doing better this run than the previous run. Oh, he's pissed. Oh, good. Didn't hit me. Ow. Okay, this guy is definitely a challenge. And it's not a lot of health. If I keep getting 100 hits, not making much of it. I'm just gonna move over here. Yeah, I just need to get a clear shot. I was not getting a clear shot there. Oh, wait a minute. Did I do it? Is there a second form? We did it! GG's. Oh. That was good. Get all the goodies. So, I don't know, I think something else happened. I don't know if, like, it'll unlock the quests, or if there's, like, another boss. Like, I don't know if this is the end. I don't think so, because then we would get credits. End credits. This is the lab. Ellie here. I can't believe that you killed that huge monster. Good job, I'm impressed. I was so nervous watching over the screen. Anyway, the lab will proceed with the data analysis on the creature. Please return through the teleporter. Let's see what they say. It's hard to believe such a huge altered beast. Get it? Altered beast? A huge altered beast wasn't found before. We need you to continue with the mission. You pulled an unknown set of coordinates from the teleporter you used to get to the cliffs. The last known coordinates from the cliffs teleporter. Coordinates with some highly unusual photon reading. The origins of that transmission, all three coordinates are in the same area. These coordinates are under the island in the seabed. There's no doubt that there is some sort of facility there. Ranger John, please continue with the mission. Have you heard about the facility on the seabed? I never imagined such a large research facility would exist in a place like that. According to the reconnaissance, unlike the one on the surface, this facility was built only for research and development. It's so large it's almost a factory. I imagine that there were a lot of researchers working inside her too. We haven't seen any signs of life anywhere, but being pessimistic won't help. Cal has calculated the exact coordinates, so you'll enter them into the teleporter. Altered beasts are found both in the underground mining site and the seabed facility. Both were secretly constructed by Pioneer 1. Could an experiment have caused this outbreak of mutant life forms? I wonder if the chief knew about the existence of the facility. No, she couldn't have. Alright. If a Pioneer 1's lab, Dr. Osto, was a top scientist in this field, I think that was their problem. On the other hand, our chief, Natasha, is a retired government officer. Don't know exactly what she did for the government, but I think it's best to select a leader who is not a researcher. I should know, you see. Alright, let's get any mystery. Oh, I have no money. It would help if I had money. Yeah, I can't use that weapon. Can't use that weapon either. Alright, so we will sell this stuff. All that. I will keep the rest. All right. So we do have we have like a secret facility in the seabed to check out. We could do that in another stream, and I think once you beat that facility, that is the end of episode 2, I think. Anyway, but yeah, I want to thank everybody for coming out. I really appreciate it. So many raids tonight. But let's see if we can find somebody to raid. We went like almost 7 hours. We could raid Crazy playing Ghost of Tsushima, for right. So yeah. So let's just do 1UpJohn raid. And I want to thank everybody for coming out. And have a good night or good morning. Bye bye.